Hello, everybody. Welcome on in. My camera just died on this one. So I don't know what I'm going to do. I might have to swap things around a little bit. Let me know if you hear an echo or anything like that. I'm using a little bit of an inferior computer, like it's a refurbished one. So yeah, but do let me know if I'm echoing or anything like that. So I've just got no echo. Yay, thanks, Gail. I appreciate that. Thank you. Good. I'll have to play around with this overhead camera. We're here to do some stitching today. I ran out of tissue, so we've got the loo paper. Trusty old loo paper, right? I've got my coffee. I've got all my things. Everything's looking happy and cheery. And I will try and figure out why my camera has disappeared. Oh, there we go. It's back again. It's just plain funny buggies. All right. Okay. We shouldn't have any echo. Sorry, that just came on then. So hopefully that won't give us too much grief. I've got, as I said, I've got a little computer here that should work for me. And so, yeah, so when it comes time to doing some stitching, I will actually switch it around to this one here. So you can actually see what I'm stitching on a little bit bigger on that. So I will be putting the timer up maybe that we are going to be just cruising along doing some stitching today and doing some bit of a chit chat. So it's a little bit of a different one. I know that it says sprints in the comments, in the description. And it technically is sprints. We're going to be here for a few hours and we're going to have like 15-minute breaks where I can go and make myself a coffee or we can have a loo break or something like that. But for the most part, the mic is going to be on. I did that yesterday too. I don't know what is wrong with my brain in the last 2 days. I think I'm just extra tired doing all the things. And you know how it is, right? You got all the things happening. So basically I have my coffee and I'm going to get some stitches in to Humming of the bees, not birds. And good news, my floss came in for the house. So I can continue on doing the house, which is fantastic because I'm like, oh, I need to do, like, I can do enough like around it and all that sort of stuff, but I wanted to make sure that I had all the floss. So I now have a couple more baked apple because I traded that out for a week's dye works that I already had here. And I thought I had more, but obviously I didn't. So I had to order a couple more in and I had to shop around because a lot of people were out of stock in this color. Is everybody doing humming of the bees or something? And they decided to use baked apple from Weeks Dye Works. All right, I'm going to take this out of my ear because I don't actually need this in now. I will keep an eye on my messages, Gail. If it starts to echo, let me know. This camera is muted, so it shouldn't echo. And I've got two different computers, so they're not going to fight with one another. We had a little bit of an echo earlier, and then I'm like, got to put headphones in. The headphones stop the echo. So I've got headphones in this one, headphones in this one. So we should be all good. So let me know in the comments what you're working on. As I said, I am working on Humming of the Bees. That's what it looks like. Let's take some writing off it. That's what it looks like right there. Very, very cute. Absolutely love it. Chrissy's also working on this one as this one pulled out as well. Didn't realize that they had so much done. The house I am using, as I said, for the bricks. There's a couple of different colors in here, but for the bricks, I'm using a baked apple. And then the other color that I'll be using is little dots. Corn silk is the other one, which is for the windows, which is, let me just find it. It's a sort of greenish sort of color. It's actually quite an odd, I suppose it does look like corn silk color. It's like that yellowish green. You know what the corn silks are, the fluffy bits, right? On that. So that is the color there. So yeah, so those two colors are in the house. What's the other color? It's in the house. And the windows are putty. So putty is like a sort of let me just find it so I can show you what it looks like. Taupe, oilcloth, straw. It's a Weeks Dye Works. Curry. Do I not have any putty left? Damn, did I not? I thought I did. Is it hiding maybe? I've got some around here. Baked apple I run out of. Tarragon. Ah, there it is. It is. It's hiding. So I don't need a lot of this because this is for the windows and a couple of little spots in it. So it's like a greenish sort of browny taupe color. It's hard to describe. But with the where'd it go? With the corn silk, because I swapped out the baked apple, so that's what I swapped out. The other colors are genuine, so they're the colors that are going to be in. This looks very similar to corn silk on the screen, but in actual fact, it's not. It is actually quite. This is quite a yellowish sort of green color, and this is quite taupey, so it's got that beigey sort of color to it. And then this is just a pretty color that I liked because the actual color that called for was brick, and it is a deep, like it's a dark red. It's almost like this one here, and I just didn't like it. I just didn't feel that it went with the colors that I pulled out. So that's why we played around a little bit with it. So I'm going to leave all that there. And so I know where it is. And yeah, so I'm almost I'm still working on page 1, but I have gone across because I'd run out of baked apple. I just did the 2 rows of the bricks to start with, and then finish it by Seb. I need the motivation. I can try. Yeah, all right, we can give it a red hot bash if you like, Chrissy. I'd be down for that. So yeah, well, we'll discuss that in just a moment. But anyway, I let me just switch the camera around so you can just actually see what I'm pointing to. I got 2 mice here. It's all happening. So yeah, that is. I ended up going right across the house, so I knew where the bricks were going to stop and where this color was going for the roof. Because in the what are they called? Smyrna crosses in the roof. So along here. So I've got to do all those. So I thought what I would do is do the outside of the roof and get that laid out. And I used up all the rest of the bake apple I had and then ordered some. So yeah, it is sort of, I had to do that so I could keep moving along. So now I'm going to go back and start looking at filling all those in. Now that must be red Tennessee clay. It is. I don't know why that is off its little card, but we've got a little bird's nest happening down here. So let me just switch back. So yeah, I got a little bird's nest happening. So I'm going to put that up there. There's a needle in it as well. And then I've got like my leftovers, which I'll pull out of. And I've got another one here. Oh, they've got needles on them. That's why. There we go. They're out separately because they have needles wrapped around them. That's why. So yeah, let us know what you're working on in the comments. It is a brisk morning here. It is 16 degrees. It's a little bit chilly. I was going to put the heater on, then I thought, no, I'll get extra hot after a while because, you know, it's Queensland and all. It heats up pretty quickly. It's just cold in the mornings, and I live in a very old house, and it's not always a happy house in the winter time. It's a little bit chilly because we've got tiles all the way through. All right. So I just give me a second to get all organized and whatnot. So we know what we're working on. I can just leave that over there for a moment. Move this light out of the way for a second because it's quite bright and it's blinding me. I've got Savannah moving in this weekend. So yeah, so my house is sort of pulled apart at the moment. The lounge, because it's a big lounge, we separated it and put some of it into Narralee's room when she moved out. So it had a sofa bed and a little corner part that you could sit on. And so anyway, we pulled that out and put that back in the lounge room, but we couldn't put the lounge as a corner lounge because she's got to move furniture into Mia's old room. So yeah, so the house is pulled apart. There is stuff everywhere. the good thing is she organized my linen press, which was fantastic because she's got to make room for her stuff because the little princess has moved out of home and is now moving back home again. I mean, I love the girl, but geez, you've upended my house. So yeah, so anyway, I spoke to her last night. She's got just about everything packed up now. And she's just got to do the cleaning and stuff like that. And she's like, oh, you know, I've got to clean behind the furniture. That's going to hold me up. I said, no, I know how to do that. Basically, what you do is you clean the center of the room, you vacuum and all that, and do all you got to do in the center of the room, and then move all the furniture to the center of the room off the walls. Then you can do the area that was covering, and the skirts and all, and the wall and all that sort of stuff without being hinged. Oh, like, yeah, expert mover, mate. I know what I've got to do to get things done, especially when you're waiting for trucks and all the rest of it. So the cup of the day is one that Savannah did buy me. That's why I was mentioning her, a little Halloween one. I like all things Halloween. I've got lots of Halloween pieces that I really need to start pulling out. And yeah, and this has got little fat cats on it, little fat cats and ghosts, and little bats as well. So that is the cup of the day. I've got a few of these ones. I don't have a lot, but with Savannah moving in, I might have some extra ones. So yeah. And the only problem in winter is your coffee goes real cold real quick. So yeah. What else am I doing at the moment? So I've got a crochet thing on the go. I also have the wool felt project on the go, which I've got hanging here. I've got it in a Q-snap. Look at that. I don't have to move it. I actually had one that I forgot that was in a Q-snap that I had made. So this is, I've gone down to the hardware store and I've just got some C-clamps, I think they're called, some elbows and some plumbing pipe. And I've just created myself a custom size Q-snap. So there is a tutorial on the channel for that. You can go and check that out. But yeah, so now it's in there, I can get a lot more stitches into it and whatnot. So this is all set up ready for this afternoon. I've got a film for Saturday's one. But we have some exciting stuff that's happening. King of Toe is back on YouTube as well. We're basically doing YouTube full time with all the channels these days. So he is back on uploading videos and all the rest of it, but we actually have a little bit of a collab happening. So yeah, so I haven't announced this fully public yet or anything like that. I have talked to some channel members on Dusty Book Sniffers about it, and it's very exciting stuff. But we do have some exciting content coming up revolving around building a van. So most of you know, most of you here are actually on my Facebook, so you would have seen that I went on a little bit of a van life week back early in the year when I came back from the UK. Well, we're actually got some footage of that getting done and what it was when we got it and all that sort of stuff. So I think I don't know when my video is going up, but I know Brendan's is going up, and I'm pretty sure mine's going up at the same time. So Slow Stitching Saturday might be going up early, maybe, or maybe going up on midnight or something on Saturday night. I don't know. I might end up putting it up on Sunday because it still falls into the Saturday. But yeah, anyway, it's only for this week. So I didn't think that through when I said yes to the Saturday, because that's when Brendan puts his stuff out. So we have a bit of a collaboration happening. That's one way to get you to work, Brendan. So yeah, we've got a bit of a collaboration happening, but Brendan is going to be editing my video. You just seen him pop into the comments there. I should start editing then. Yeah, you should. Out of bed, come on, chop. It's after 9 o'clock. So yeah, but anyway, it's all good. It's cold, and I know you're probably hurting, so just stay in bed. So yeah, so basically that is what's happening. Brendan, as I said, has a video coming out this Saturday. His video is edited and ready to go. It's just my video is not edited and ready to go. So mine may go up on Sunday, which is okay, because they're going to be same but different, you know, like different perspectives and stuff like that. And then we also have some other stuff in the background, which I'm not going to talk about just yet, because the simple fact is that we're still working on it. and whatnot. So also dropped in at the wrong time. I will do a rough edit and Nicole will add her sparkle. Okay, cool, no worries. I'll be over there this afternoon anyway to do all that. So yeah, if you can get it edited, I can go in and zhuzh it up, as we say. So basically we've got that happening, so that's dropping this weekend, and you can get to see where the van started and all that sort of stuff. But there will be some content coming around that, so we'll keep you nicely updated on all the things. Why is that over there? Marigold. It was hiding. So yeah, anyway, so that's what's happening this weekend. I've got the slow stitching Saturday coming, as you've seen. I'm getting lots of stitches into this at the moment, and I am working on it every week. I sort of want to get this tree, this top part of the tree done and finished. But this week, after I do this filming and everything like that, I'm going to have to pull it out of the Q-snap, and I'm going to have to add some calico on it. I'm going to add a 3-inch border because I can't get to these ones up the top here if I don't put all of these ones down the side, because the fabric that they sent me was just too small for the pattern. Like, it needed to be at least another 2 inches all the way around. So in some cases, I've only got like 1/2 inch, and it's not because I've done it any bigger. I've done it to the specs that they said and all that sort of stuff. So I do need to put some calico on this, which I'm okay with. Like, it'll be easy enough to take off. So yeah, so I've got to do that after I finish doing the stuff that you can see on the Q-snap right now. So I'm not going to do that bird or this one here, but I am going to tackle getting the fancy stitches onto this one. I've got a few more leaves to go. And I've got that bird over there, and I'll be able to do this purple one here, but this one here is under a C clamp there. What are they called, Brendan? Are they C clamps? I assume that they are. That probably making it, you know what? I'm just going to call them that because they are in the shape of the C. But anyway, I've got a couple of leaves to do and all that sort of stuff, but that is coming along really well. And so hopefully I can get that done, because then I can move down to the bottom of it and get that garden done, because like that whole section down the bottom, and I really need to get this off the project table and get it all sorted. Oh, I'll be back in just a second. I'm just going to mute and quickly go and grab something to show you that Savannah got me. It's absolutely gorgeous. So give me a couple of seconds and I will be back in just a moment. Unmute your mic. Yeah, cool. All right, I'll start again. Took me a bit to find it. That's what I said. Sorry. And so a couple of weeks ago, we went and seen the Magic Faraway Tree. So she got me this fabric just before Mother's Day, for a Mother's Day present. So sorry about that. Like, I've got mice and cameras and everything everywhere at the moment. So yeah, anyway, she went to Spotlight. Now she lives near Spotlight. I don't go to Spotlight very often unless I absolutely need something. So she lives near a Spotlight, and she was in there on the way home and coming up here when I say home. And basically she stopped in and she found a Magic Faraway Tree fabric. So this one has like mushrooms on it. It's got the little bear and it's got butterflies, and it's also got the book as well. Then we've got like woodland creatures and a moon face, and the clock. Who else we've got on here? We've got and we've got one of the characters coming down the tree, the actual tree itself. And then this one has like fairies and mushrooms and leaves, butterflies, and it's got the little wind up mouse. So it's got lots of little things on it. And what else have we got in here? That one. Oh, and then there's this one that has Moonface on it too. So this one has all those elements. It's got the plane and everything, and it's got all those. So one of the last book sets that my grandmother ever purchased me was the series. There was 4 books in the series. Savannah has also found another book that goes in that series as well. But I got a box of set of 4, and it had the Magic Faraway Tree, the Wishing Chair, and there's 2 others that I can't remember off the top of my head. It was one of the last book sets that my grandmother bought me. So it was very exciting to be able to go and see the movie together, because I used to always I used to read this book out loud to Savannah, and she goes, "Oh, I remember when you used to read it." I'm like, "Do you actually remember?" Because she was only little, and she's like, "Yeah, I used to love when you read it to me." So she's always had a bit of a passion for it as well. So she got me those. Now I've got to figure out what I'm going to make in them, because I've got a meter of each fabric. They're absolutely gorgeous, you know, and we get our fabric and then we don't want to cut it on that. But I do want to make a quilt with this. So yeah, so has it? Oh, it's moved away. Oh, okay, still on standby, but it's looking good. Oh, awesome. So glad that, well, not for the people that's in the path of it now, but I'm glad that you're not in the immediate danger anymore, Chrissy. That's awesome. But yeah, now I don't know what I'm going to make with it. So if anybody's got any ideas, make sure that you drop them over in Darvanalee Designs DD's, what is it, reading and craft group that I have on Facebook. The links should be up down below. Yeah, make sure that you come over and check out that group, and then yeah, and then you can maybe help me decide what I'm going to make. I definitely want, like, as I said, we like to just not cut our fabrics, especially when they're pretty like this, or they've got some sort of, you know, sentimental value to them and whatnot. While the fabrics are new, the memories that go with these fabrics are very fond, because they're of my grandmother, who I lived with when I was younger, and also the fact that I was able to share the love of those books with my daughters. And Savannah, at least one of them remembered it. And that, so yeah, right, 1 out of 3 ain't too bad. And yeah, so basically now I want to make something, but something that also I can maybe get 2 out of and give 1 to Savannah as well. So there's that. I mean, either way, she'll steal it, because that's what she does. She takes my headbands, she takes like my hairbands, she takes all my stuff and that. And then one day she was in there again. Let me just put this over here behind me. She was in there again, and this one she rang me and told me about. So this one wasn't a surprise. But I also, one of my other favorite childhood books from when I was younger, and the artwork and everything right up into my teens, and even now as an old duck, I still love the May Gibbs, the Gumnut Babies and whatnot. And I read those books to my kids as well. And it's so nice, like, now that they're adults, they have those memories. Like, you often think, why do I even bother, right? But then suddenly they'll surprise you and go, hey, I found this for you. I know you love it. And I have fond memories of you reading this to me. So she was in Spotlight, and this was my, I think I have actually showed this before, but not for, it was last year she got it for me, so I think it was around my birthday. So she got these beautiful fabrics from Spotlight. She just got me some plain to go with it, and you'll see what that does not look blue. It is actually a royal blue that does not look that color. So that's a royal blue. So the camera's probably blowing out the colors on you, but you'll get a general idea. I'll take a better picture and post it in the group so you can have a look. So there's a light blue, a royal blue, and an Alfie barking. And then there's like a white. One of the cats must be out the front there. He's in the kennel at the moment because I've got washing on the line. I've got a fence around it now, so I could possibly let him out and hopefully he doesn't get to it. But one of the cats, they're bitches. They walk past and tease him. And he's starting to get cranky about it. So yeah. But anyway, she came across these, and these are all May Gibbs. And so they're the gum nut babies, and there's different fabrics for it. So there's this beautiful one here. And you got to look hard, but the gum nut babies are there. You can see them just hiding in there. Okay, so these have, for those that don't know what gum nuts are, they're on gum trees, and they're like a little nut, but there's also wattle on here, and there's gum flowers. And when it sounds like I'm saying gun, but I'm actually saying gum. So yeah, and so they've got all the different flowers on there that appear in our bush. Okay, in our bushland. So there's that, which is so pretty. And she got the blue to go with this so I can make a quilt. But I was thinking that I might just do a basic quilt and just do some squares like that, give a good snapshot of these, and then maybe do a border around them, like a sashing. And then, you know, I've got enough, and I might have enough to do a couple of different types of quilts that way. This one is predominantly blue, and this has all the gum nut babies on it and some of the flowers. And it's also got wattle as well. So these, let me see, where is it? These ones are, I actually think that these are the wattle babies on that. So yeah, they are. So there you can see there's the wattle, and they've got like a fluffy yellow around them. They're so cute. So cute. So we got that one. I was so surprised when she rang me and she goes, "Oh, it's so beautiful. I'm going to get it for you, Mum." And then she got me a couple of meters of those two, and only a meter of this one. This one actually feels like a lawn. This would make a beautiful skirt, actually. And I may end up making a skirt out of this, but you can see that little butts. They're so cute. It's absolutely gorgeous fabric. And that, as I said, that feels like a lawn fabric, so it's very soft and silky feeling. These are definitely cottons. And then we've got some of the other characters that you see in the I'm just trying to get a good picture of it. So you've got the koala there, these are the other characters. You've got the fairy wrens in there. You've got the kookaburra and the silver-crested cockatoo, or sulphur-crested cockatoo rather. You've got a pelican, you've got a kangaroo with 3 koalas riding on the back of it. You've also got a platypus, and all the things. So yeah, so anybody, you've got some rosellas in there as well. So anybody that knows the May Gibbs series from when they were a kid, you probably remember all these. They're just so gorgeous. So she got me those, and I've got to make some quilts with them. So if you've got any ideas, please do let me know. I mean, I've got a few ideas, but if you've got better ones, I'm happy to go with the better ones, right? So yeah, and they're all May Gibbs, as I said. So that's folded wrong because that'll give me the impression that I have more fabric than I actually do. So I now have the task of trying to figure out what I'm going to make on that. So yeah, anyway, I'm sure I will figure it out. So these have been sitting here for nearly a year because I just didn't know what I was going to make with them. And as I said, I think there's, in the blue fabrics, I got 2 meters of each. In the light blue fabric, I got, I think there's 1.5 meters, and then there's a meter in that lawn, which is quite nice. But that's what they look like together. The colors are very nice. And then she got me 2 meters of this as well. So that will go with it. It does not look like it goes. The camera is making it look like a green. It is definitely a royal blue. That it's a lighter shade than the Australian flag, royal blue. So yeah, I don't know why. So yeah, And so I haven't cut anything with it yet. And I'm like, I want to, but then I'm scared at the same time because they're so pretty. And so I think, you know, if I get some ideas from you guys, I can sit down and, you know, have a bit of a chit chat with Savannah too, like what she maybe want, because, you know, she'll end up using these quilts for sure, or stealing them when she gets her own place. That she's a shocker, I'll tell you. Yeah, I'm super excited to make something with those. So of course I'll take you along for the journey. But these were a Mother's Day present. That was my birthday. This was a Mother's Day present. And it just coincided really well with the fact that we had just gone and seen the movie. And then she came across these. So very exciting indeed. And of course, I've got a ton of work there. We're not going to talk about that. We're going to ignore that pile. And that. All right, let's have a look and see who's joining us today. So today we are doing them a little bit different. We are going to not mute our mics. We're just going to chit chat. I'm going to switch the camera around. We're going to, you know, do a little bit of stitching and all that sort of stuff so you can see it. But we will definitely have the mic on. So if you've got any questions, you can ask some questions and all that sort of thing. And then we'll do that for probably about 45 minutes or so. And then we'll just have a break so I can get up and go to the toilet or go make another coffee, get a drink of water, whatever the case, get up, stretch, all that sort of stuff. So yeah. All right. Chrissy is here. Good morning, Chrissy. Welcome on in. Sounds good to me. Awesome. I've just woken up and need some coffee. Wow, you slept in, lady of leisure. Look at you go. Good on you. So yeah, that's awesome. And now you've got me on the big screen. That's a lot of me, Gail, to have in your living room. Hey, Chris, welcome on in. Hello to the very creative Nicole. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I want to make a goal. Okay, I know Chrissy has left because her mum's going to have surgery. So she's heading down to Sydney at the moment. So yes, we will make it a goal. I will message you because I know that Chrissy's going to come back and watch it because we were talking this morning. So yes, if we want to make it for September, end of September would be good. We can give it a red hot bash. I'm almost finished page 1. You're probably done about the same amount of stitching as me, maybe a bit more because you've done a fair bit on the house. So I'm going to be working on this most Thursdays. So Thursdays will now become our stitch with me. So mark it in your diary. We start at we start at 9 a.m. And we'll be stitching for a few hours. Okay. So, and I'll be doing it live with you. So you can come with your coffee. And yeah, as of this morning, this is exciting stuff. This is exciting stuff. If you have not seen Wombat Hollow Crafts on Instagram, go follow them. They're also here on YouTube as well. Go subscribe to them. This is my lovely friend Gail. And Gail is trying to get Stanley finished. Now, Stanley is a Heaven and Earth Designs piece that you have been working on for, I forget now, 16 years, is it what you said? It's huge. And it's beautiful. And I can't remember the artist. Is it Ciro Marchetti? I think Ciro Marchetti might be the artist. Don't quote me on that. You'll need to fact check that. I'm sure Gail will fact check me right now. So absolutely stunning, and only has 6,761 stitches left to do in Stanley. But first, I need coffee. Yes. Need coffee. So Gail is attempting to get Stanley finished by the end of July, I think, or the end of June, maybe. But yeah, that is so close too. And what colors that you got? Do you have like confetti at the moment, or do you have like good block colors on it at the moment? Let us know in the comments. Yay for the calico. Excited to watch it. Yeah, I'm excited to get it done as well, Chrissy. Like it's been sitting here for too long. Far too long. And of course, I've got the Round the Garden one by the same designer that Gail purchased for me for when she gave it to me as a gift when Savannah went to university because I was a little bit sad. And it made me feel so much better. And I was planning on doing that while she was at uni. Well, she's coming home from uni. She's only got 6 months to go. So I've got 6 months to get that finished, right? But I was going to do it as a wall hanging, but it's just going to be far too big for where I'm going to be moving to. So I've decided to do it as a quilt. And it is going to go perfectly in my new dwelling. And that even if I say so myself. So yeah, we have plans. So there's lots of stuff coming, lots of exciting stuff coming, lots of collaboration with Mr. King of Toe, who's popped in and said hello this morning. He's probably got some cheek to give us as we go on. We always love the cheek. Excited to watch your progress there on Stanley. It's looking so great. Yeah, you got to go over and check out Instagram Wombo Hollow Crafts. Absolutely stunning. It's going to look amazing because we've actually had a bit of a sneak peek. Me and the Rebel Stitches have had a bit of a sneak peek at some of the framing that might be getting done. We don't know what 100% yet, but that our opinion has been asked. Let's put it that way. So yeah, and for those that are wondering who the Rebel Stitches are, it's just a group of ladies that really good friends that we are. We met back through the internet, and we met back in Jenny I met in person, and Leanne I met in person. Leanne was a bit of a stalker, a little bit creepy, but anyway, Morgana Stitchy Moon is it's Stitchy Moon Crafts now, I think it is. So Leanne and Jenny I met early 2020, but I met Gail online in 2019, I think. We all sort of talked and all that sort of stuff before it, and then we were supposed to have a retreat in 2020, and we all know what happened in 2020. And so we ended up on that weekend that we were supposed to be away, we did a big Zoom catch up, and we have been Zooming every Friday since. Pretty much. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Sometimes life gets in the way. Sometimes Jenny's off away, or Gail might be away, or Leanne's away, or I'm away. It's this year has been a little bit hit and miss with everything, but we're getting there. We'll get back to it. I dropped in at the wrong time. I will do the rough edit, and Nicole can add her sparkle. Thank you. I appreciate it. I don't want to do Toowoomba, so I will edit now. Thanks for getting me out of Toowoomba. No worries, not a problem. I'm glad I could help. I'm glad I could help you procrastinate. Anyway, you normally go to Toowoomba on Fridays, so you're not actually playing hooky anyway. So you always go on Fridays because we don't catch up on Fridays. So yeah. We all need an extra 2 inches at times. Yes, we do. An extra 2 inches would be fantastic sometimes. Especially on your crafting. Anyway, they are pieces of PVC pipe with cuts to make them into clamps. Okay, cool. There's no actual name of them. Thanks. I'm going to call them C clamps from now on. I've just renamed them, right? Sorry about that. Unmute, no sound. Yes, that happens. That's better. I do it all the time. Chrissy's laughing because I do it all the time. Chrissy thinks it's funny. So Chrissy has to go because she's heading down and is going to watch the replay tonight. We were talking a little bit earlier and whatnot. So yeah. So anyway, have a good day. Speedy recovery for Mum, and enjoy the Sydney food. I'm jealous because there's such good food down there. Such good food. Hey, Christy, welcome on in. Looking forward to some crafty productivity with you. Fire has moved further over the ridge from us. We're still on standby, but it's looking good. Awesome. Bye to Chrissy, not Christy. So yeah. Hello, Christina. There's so many Chris's, Christinas, and spelt with K's and C's and all the things. It's all good. Trying to get the craft area organized and put away. It's slow going as it's not only a craft area now. With a shop opening, I now have to share it. Yes, that is always the issue. Just look behind me. That end is quilting service. So the one part that's in darkness is quilting service. This end is productivity. This end here, right here, is filming, and my cutting board, which you can just see the corner of it. That's where I do my tutorials and whatnot. So I actually have a post on my community tab right now. If you go and check that out for I Need Your Help, I would love if some of you could go over there and give me some suggestions of what you would like to see on the channel. Now, obviously, Thursdays is a live stream, and we're going, which is Wednesday night for the US. and we're doing Stitch With Me's with that. We've got Slow Stitching Saturday already, but there's other things there. I'm not too sure whether I want to, whether we're going to get back into them or not, or whether anybody even wants them. But yeah, if you could give me some suggestions, that would be absolutely fantastic. I would greatly appreciate it if you did that. So yeah. All right. I would make a mess. Yes, you would. You're not allowed in here. No. This is out of bounds for King of Toe. Loving this fabrics. They are gorgeous, aren't they? Like absolutely gorgeous. I agree. Very gorgeous. Ask Savannah to grab some milk and bread on her way home. And it's like you kicked her dog. But to stop her Spotlight and buy random fabric, no issues at all. I know, right? No. So there's a funny story, right? And we give Savannah a hard time about it all the time. Savannah, I was at work one day down at and I wasn't feeling the best. And she was at work at the news agency. She was at the news agency. And I sent her a message and said, hey, on the way home, can you just grab me 2 liters of milk? That was when it was $2. Okay. I can't afford that. Like went off her ever loving head. And I'm just like, okay. I didn't know what to do. But now, anyway, I'm like, Savannah, I'm good for the $2. I'll give you the $2 when you get back home. I've got it in my hand right now. I just don't want to go down to the shop. Anyway, I ended up going to the shop because she wouldn't buy me my $2 milk. Just like, so we give a shit now. Anytime we say something like, oh, Savannah, can you grab me some milk? But yeah, she'll go to Spotlight and buy random stuff. Craft stuff is different, Brendan. It's like you and car parts. We can be broke as, but you'll still find the money to buy car parts, right? And I'm the same with craft stuff. And so is she as well. So yeah, they are absolutely gorgeous. Oh, my computer's flashing at me over here because it's having trouble with the mic. That's because it's not connected. So yeah, I hate cutting some fabrics from my stash. Yeah, I've also got some Tula pink ones as well, and I don't want to cut them at all. Like I'm just like, I don't want to, but I'm going to have to because Randall Spangler, that's it. That is the artist. Sorry, Randall Spangler. You're not Ciro Machete. Sorry. But yeah, we've got a bit on that with different designers and stuff like that. I need to weave the ends of crochet blanket. I want to start a new project, but not sure what yet. That's fair. Nope, it's all dusty pinks. And dull rusty reds. Oh, okay. I'll be happy when I'm finished, as these colors are so boring after the glorious colors of the rest of the piece. Yeah, it is such a gorgeous piece. Absolutely gorgeous. But head over to Instagram and check out Wombat Hello Crafts. But we're here for Maker's Quest as well. So you're probably wondering what Maker's Quest is. All the information you need is down below. And Maker's Quest is the brainchild of Tula from Cherry Blossom Crafts in the UK. And there is a group of us from BookTube and me over here on the Craft channel, as well as BookTube. But we are doing sprints or live streams, and just basic get-togethers and all the rest of it throughout the year. There's prompts, there's a Discord, there's all the things. All the information is listed up down below, so you can go and check it out. And I'm lucky enough to be one of the co-hosts, and so I'm here today to do a little bit of Maker Questing. So I encourage you to grab out some projects. If you're new here, make sure you do grab out some projects. This is only sort of just started because I was away at the beginning of the year, so I didn't really do anything, and I was a Johnny come lately. But if you want to know more information about it, there is an announcement video you can go and check out. It's listed up down below. Tula will give you all the information that you need for it. And of course, you can go and check out some of the other lovely creators that are also doing it as well. So basically, I meet here every Thursday, and I'm going to do Stitch With Me. As the time goes on, we may do an extra one here or there, and maybe a tutorial or something like that on a live stream, something quick and easy that we can do together. something with maybe tutorials on how to do some of the fancy stitches and all that sort of stuff. So you'll have to keep an eye out for that. And the best thing to do for that is, you all know what to do if you're not already done. You need to subscribe to the channel, ring bell for all notifications, and that way you can keep up to date with all the things that are happening. This is the link. Thank you. I knew I'd prompt you to do it, Christina. So Christina is BookTube Mama. And Christina takes care of, as you can see, dropping all the links and all the things. So the Maker's Quest Craftathon 2026 is a year-long creative adventure for crafters everywhere, and the announcement is here, so you can watch that there. So if you click on that, that will take you to that as well. We're going to switch the camera around in just a moment, and we're going to get started in stitching because I've been talking for nearly 50 minutes already, and we need to get some stitching done. But I'm probably still going to chit-chat away because I'm not actually going to mute the mic until I need a break. But I still will probably do around the 45 minutes. If you've got any questions, if you want to know anything about the piece that I'm working on, you can drop that in the comments. If you've got any questions about where I've been for the last 12 months, you can also, some of the people that here have seen me in the last 12 months because I have been over on BookTube, but I had a break from the craft channel. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that and why that happened as I'm doing a little bit of cross stitch today. And another reason I'm sort of doing them this way is because I sort of want to give my ears a break from listening to audiobooks and reading and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, I've been using Speechify to read all my ebooks this month because I have a massive readathon happening with 20 other co-hosts over on Dusty Book Sniffers, and that is called Cookie Mayhem, and it is crazy. So yeah, we are 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for the entire month of May across the 21 channels. We are sprinting. So yeah, so I am over here all by my lonesome and not part of Cookie today because we're also doing other stuff besides that. So the creators are just all the co-hosts. We're busy people. So if you would like to have a look at the host video playlist, this is that there. You can have a look at that. This is the playlist for the sprints that are happening for all the crafters that are doing it. Because not only are we readers, we're also crafters as well. So make sure that you go and check these links out, and you'll probably find some good people that you want to hang out with, that do different crafts and all that sort of stuff. There's crocheters, there's knitters, there's me cross stitch and all the things and whatnot. So yeah, as you can see, we also have the playlist for the sprint train as well. So if you want company while you're reading and everything, they are there as well. So Deb has popped in this morning. I'll be here, there. I'll be here and there crocheting this morning. Nice. Hello, just a cookie. Welcome on in. How are you? Hello, lovely. I have a meeting in about an hour, but then I'll be doing some writing. Nicely done. And of course, you did what I did yesterday. Oh shit! Forgot to schedule my sprints. You think, as the creator of Cookie Mayhem, that I would be on top of it? No, not so much. Not yesterday, anyway. I was so tired yesterday. Like I struggled to make it through sprints yesterday. I was so tired. So I was glad that stupid things kept happening and that, because but anyway, hey there, just a cookie from Christina. All right, let's switch the camera around and make me a little bit bigger. No, I don't think about that. And these are all the co-hosts that are part of Cookie as well. Go and show them some love. Like, they've been supporting me and Coda and our craziness. And Jesse's like, I'm surprised I can still think it. But yeah, I feel you on that one. All right, I'm going to get tiny down in the corner, and we're going to remove that. And I think I might just make this a little bit bigger. Is that big enough? Do you think that's big enough? Do you reckon it needs to be bigger? I can make it larger if you want, but it's going to also cover over the Maker's Quest on that, because I don't think I've got an overlay on that. I think that's a pretty good size. What do you reckon? We can just make out the Maker's Quest, right? Maybe if I just make it a little bit smaller and then we come down. There we go. How's that look? Looking good? Everybody happy with that view? That look me go 2 cameras. What the heck is going on? That's plenty big. All right. How does it look on the TV? Because I know that I haven't saved it yet. Let me. It's a little bit bigger now. Yeah, cool. Awesome. It's plenty big. Nice. Watching you stitch is one on your wool felt project the other day made me want to do some more embroidery, but I would have to buy the supplies. I have a shopping cart full, but I have not checked out yet. That's really interesting that I do that too. All good on the big screen. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you to all my moderators. I am covered up down the bottom. Actually, I think what I might do is let's do another edit, and we might just move me up here. There we go. And then at least when I'm talking, at least I can be looking at you, right? I might make myself a little bit squarer. There we go. Safe. All right. So, it's awesome. It's looking good on the big screen. I am glad. Apparently, Christina can't type anymore. Yeah, I've never been able to type, so don't worry about it, Christina. You're in good company on that, so don't stress it too much. All right, let's see. Oh, that's frozen. Why is that frozen? Oh, it's frozen. I don't know what's happened. It's frozen. All right, let me just switch that off and bring that back on and see if that works. Settings. Oh, no, that's not what we want. Hi. That's not what I wanted. I wanted to go. Oh, the USB is playing up. That'd be bloody right. All right. Always the way, right? Always the bloody way. Okay. Let me just see what I can do. I don't know what to do. It's being difficult. Let me just unplug that. We will, technical difficulties, we always have that, right? Let me just... Oh. All right. Let's see. Mike gives me a new camera. Where are we at? Aha, there it is. It's come back. There we go. So yeah, at least this way I can keep an eye on it, and whatnot. So yeah, so that, look, you can see my fingers now. There we go. Let's put some light up here with my very creaky light. Ooh. Yep, still working. Good. It's always the way, right? As soon as you're live, it doesn't. That size looks good on my TV. Awesome. All good on the big screen as well. Awesome. All right. So I know that a few of you are doing like weaving in stuff. Is there anything else that's a little bit different that's happening on the sprints today? Do let us know. Just got to take my magnifiers off, and take my normal glasses off because I don't want to strain my eyes today. We're going to hang around for a couple of hours. We're going to probably do about 45 minutes. Hopefully that will keep working good. The picture actually looks terrible on the little computer, but on my other computer it does look a little bit better. So so let's just move that across because I am going to be working on this area just here, and we want to make that a little bit easier for me to reach. Let's go back a bit. There we go. All right. Nothing is moving. Let me find my chart. Where am I up to? Okay, that's where I'm up to. All right. All right. We've got it going on here. All right, let me just make sure I'm in the right place. Okay, that is 10 where I'm at. So I'm counting in lots of 10. So if you're wondering what that pin is there, it is so I can keep a count of where I'm at because I'm traveling a long way. And, you know, I'll end up always miscounting, because what's the motto around here, Gail? Nicole can't count. Past 2. So I figured, well, I'll just be doing it in lots of 10, and then that way I won't make a boo-boo and whatnot. But I am going to go all the way across and finish this color, and then I will probably come back and fill in this chimney, and then I will start on doing the bricks again and get some of that done. So now that I've got that color in, it makes a huge difference on that. So for those that are normally used to me muting my mic and all the rest of it, we're actually doing it a little bit different today, because my channel's not actually used to the stuff going quiet, and so I feel like a lot of people don't know what's going on. So I'm just going to switch it up a little bit, and basically switch it up a little bit, and then we'll stitch and we'll chit chat and talk about things that are going on and all that sort of stuff. We might go quiet for a little while, but you'll still be able to hear me. And then after about 45 minutes, 50 minutes, we'll just stop doing some crafts, and then we'll basically then to have a break, go stretch. I'll probably go and make another cup of coffee and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, so we're getting up and we're moving around, but at least it's like we're having a little craft morning together, or evening, which is good. And of course, you know, today's the day that all the semis decide that they're going to come up and all that sort of thing. So yeah. All right, let me just put the comments up so I can see them a bit bigger. I think I'm just going to have to leave them like that. I could hardly count to 5, which is why I do heart hanger noise. I have got a heart hanger project that I have not put anything into. I really need to put some stuff into it. All scheduled, nicely done. So for those tonight in Australia, Jessica Kiwi is also doing crafty sprints tonight as well. So probably a little bit different than what I do, but yeah. What a lot of work. I haven't done hand sewing in ages. Yeah, I swore blind when I was younger. I was never going to do hand sewing. That was a lie, because now that's all I seem to do. So yeah, I still use the sewing machine and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, I used to love doing harding out. Gail has some beautiful stuff, Deb. You should go check out her Instagram, Wombat Hollow Crafts. She does beautiful stuff. Like, I want to be Gail when I grow up. That with beautiful fancy work and whatnot. So yeah. I love that you aren't muting. Yeah, something a bit different. I did talk to Tula about it, and I said, is it okay? Because I know that you've got it as sprints and all that sort of stuff, but is it okay if we do that? And she's like, yeah, you can do whatever you want. So it's fine. I just wanted to ask first. Going to make myself some toast and get ready for the employment meeting. Good luck with the meeting and enjoy your toast. So yeah, so it's just a way to sort of keep the conversation going and all that sort of stuff. So that's what I'm doing. That's why I'm not muting, but we will have those little 10-minute, 15-minute breaks that, because I want to get a lot of stitches into this today, and I would like to get a solid 3 hours into this if we can. I normally do 4 hours until about 1 o'clock, 1:30, something around that. So we'll probably hang out till then. And I'll try not to count out loud. I have been told in the past, don't count out loud because I'm counting too. And I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry. I know I'm bad. I'm a terrible, terrible live streamer. So if you've got any friends that would get value out of hanging out for a couple of hours, my camera has stopped again. It's very frustrating. Sorry about this, guys. I think this computer just doesn't know how to run it. So yeah, I'm still here. So yeah, it should bring it back up now. I wish I could see the computer. I cannot. Of course, it's going to give me grief on that. I might have to just swap computers for this camera, maybe. Let me just see if I can get that to come up. There we go. All right. If it doesn't again, we might just swap the computers around and go from there. So yeah, we'll see how we go. And that's not muted now. There we go. There we go. Sorry about that little echo. I love doing smocking, says Deb. I'm doing writing sprints as my crafty sprints tonight because deadlines are coming up real quick. That's fair enough. And Gail and my first pair of socks are on the needles and I'm on fire. Oh, what? And needles are on fire. I'm loving how it looks so far. Nice. Awesome. All right, let me just count again. Take those off. I'll keep an eye on that camera. One more. And I'm crossing off as I go as well. I mean, I do that anyway, but sometimes if I've just got a really long line, I'll just keep going. And yeah, so we'll just move this little needle to the little needle pin. Okay, I'm honest. I know how to speak English, and I also craft, and I know the names of things, but you wouldn't know that if you listened to me. All right, I have a pencil here somewhere. Where is it? There it is. So yeah. Anyway, it is what it is, as they say, right? 1, 2, 3. Right. I've got some little motifs and stuff up here that I need to do as well. So yeah, so there's a little motif that's in here, and then we've got another chimney about here, and then I've got some birds to do. So I'm going to sort of focus on this area up here today, and then we'll slowly move down into the house and whatnot. All right, where is my thread gone? There it is. All right, let's keep going, shall we? So a lot of people are probably wondering where I've been in the last 12 months. A lot has changed in the last 12 months. Well, in the last 18 months, actually. So along with family stuff, there was also, just being on the internet all the time, doing the craft and all that sort of stuff. I started to... and I knew it sort of was coming because there is that whole thing where people say, the bigger your channel gets, the harder it is. People start to get nasty and all that sort of stuff. And I guess in a way, I probably started to have a little bit of rose-colored glasses on and thinking, it's not going to happen to me. It happened to me. So we've talked about this before, being mean and all that sort of stuff and whatnot. And so I just got to a point, I had a lot going on in my family life. I had a lot going on in my personal relationship life. And there was it was a lot. And then I had people coming at me as well. So I figured rather than just crack it and get rid of the channel altogether, I needed to take a break. So this time last year, I went to Sydney. Actually, I went away with my partner, first of all, this time last year, and we fixed some issues that we had in our relationship and all that sort of stuff. And then, which was good, all for positive. And then at the end of May, I went away. And when I came back, I decided that I was going to focus on my relationship more, focus on family life more, and put this to the back burner. So that's sort of what I did. And I've got to both Brennan and I have now got to the point where we're ready to add this back into our life. And because it can be all consuming. We're ready to add it back into our life, but we're doing things a little bit different. Family is going to be coming first. Our relationship is going to be coming first. And we're going to do some traveling and stuff together, which is super exciting, around Australia and whatnot. So we're excited about that. And so there's lots of little things that are happening in the background right now. There's a lot of moving parts and planning and all that sort of stuff going on. Did I just count that wrong? No, I did not. So we've got a lot of stuff going on and whatnot. So we've decided to add YouTube back into the repertoire of our life. So that's where I was saying before, if you could go over to the community tab or even on the Facebook page as well, there is a little poll there that has some suggestions, and you can put in something else. It doesn't have to be those suggestions, just, they're things that I do regularly. I've decided that Thursdays are going to be the Stitch With Me's, and they're going to be live. I used to do them live all the time. I've made many, many colossal mistakes doing things live, hence why we have the pin and I'm counting 10. Right. And so it'd be great if you could go over and give me that feedback, because then that will give me a direction of where to go. The most popular one at the moment has been scrap busting ideas. So I'm putting together some different ideas and whatnot. The tutorials will, I'm in preparation mode at the moment. We've got Savannah moving back this weekend. 1, 2, 3. Sorry, Gail, I didn't mean to count out loud then. Because I know Gail's doing cross stitch and there'll be lots of counting going on with Gail. So Savannah's moving back this weekend. So I'm hoping by this time next week, my house will be back to normal, because I've got furniture everywhere at the moment. Like, things are getting pulled out, taken away to make room for her stuff, because my stuff has been through all the kids and all that sort of stuff. So she's going to put her stuff in. So she's taking 2 rooms, and so we've got to get the house back to normal and everything. And basically, she is going to get a part-time job and all that sort of stuff when she comes back home. And she also is going to be helping me with some of the preparation. So we're going to, I'm at the moment getting all of the bits and pieces that I need to get together. So all the scraps, getting them all sorted out, picking out some projects, and all that sort of stuff, because that has been the one thing that a lot of people have asked for, is scrap ideas, how to use their scraps. Because let's face it, as quilters and crafters, we end up with a lot of scraps and whatnot. So it makes it, I should probably just move this computer down closer to me, right? It makes sense. I think next week I'll plug it into this bigger computer. That I think this little one it's not real good on that. I'll give it, I should just swap it over now, but at least it's coming back on straight away. That's not so bad. So yeah. There's a video coming in the next couple of days for what we're traveling around in. So yeah, there is something coming, and you'll get to see all that and the process of it and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, we're really looking forward to it. But as I said, we've got to get all the stuff sort of sorted out here in the house, and then I'll be able to get stuck into doing tutorials and stuff. So, because we've also got to fit her craft stuff in, which is out here. So I want to make a section for her for that. So over the next 5 days, the house will be sort of pulled apart quite a bit. And then we'll be able to get everything organized and all that sort of stuff. We're also looking at like painting as well. So we've got to get all that together so we can freshen up the house and all that sort of stuff. Because we were gonna do it, but then life got busy and it got put to the back burner. But I do have some projects that I want to do still, and all that sort of stuff. There has been some good ideas. Chrissy asked for said really liked my daily vlog. So at the beginning, was it last year? I think it was last year. At the beginning of last year, I was doing daily vlogs. Might have even been 2 years ago. I was doing daily vlogs on what I was doing and all that sort of stuff. It was a lot of work. So I'm thinking that I might do something similar, but maybe shorts or something. I'm not too sure. We'll see. We'll have to. It's a moving part, that one. I did enjoy doing them, but it is a lot of editing and all that sort of stuff. And with tutorials and all that sort of stuff, you just feel like you're at the computer all the time. So I have to sort of be a bit smart about it too. And whatnot. So, but I have been taking everybody's suggestions down. I've got them in a notebook. The scrap one has been the most popular one across Instagram, Facebook, and also here on YouTube. So I've definitely started putting that into place. So I've just got to get all my stuff together and whatnot. 9. And then that way I'll have a outline of where I'm going with it. So as I said, Saturdays we have the slow stitching Saturday. I'm going to continue doing that project until it's done. And then obviously I'll bring other projects into it. I just had to count that twice because I miscounted. So yeah. So we have the live stream on Thursday, and then we have the slow stitching on Saturday. And I'm thinking of maybe like some sort of tutorial. So, and then if I do any other crafts, I'll obviously add them into the repertoire at some stage. They'll just probably drop down randomly. All right, what did it do with my pencil, people? Can you see it anywhere? There it is. So I think that's probably the best thing to do. But I would really like some ideas when it comes to like what you want to actually see. Do you want step by step? Do you want faceless tutorials? Because I've noticed that the faceless and just music is quite popular. And I'm not doing it for popularity, but it's obviously what people want. So that's sort of where I'm at with that. All right, now I'm going to switch it up a bit for a moment because I want to do the chimney so I don't have to count back. Lazy cross stitcher. Because we've got me up to the next chimney and I'm like, yeah, I think I need to just stitch that now. And then it's there. All right, let me just sit that up there. I do have a needle threader here somewhere. My hand's still moving. That's good. I don't know whether it's the computer that's not able to do it or whether it's actually the USB. So I might have to get, because it does sometimes do it with, but I'm using a USB-C slot on the thing. But maybe if I get a new USB extension, it might work a bit better on that. But I'm getting to the point where the big computer needs to go in and get upgraded and all that sort of stuff, refurbished a bit, because it's the old girl's pretty old now in the scheme of things. I got it in 2019, so she's still plugging away. And the streaming services do use a lot of power too, which doesn't help matters either. All right, so where are we at? We've got to come back 3. Let me just I'll put my little thread waste knot up here. I'm going to move this down here. There. All right. And I've got to come across 3. All right. Okay, and we're ready to go. So that's sort of where we're at with that. But the reason I took time off is because it was just getting really nasty here. And I just, and it's very frustrating, especially when it's people that don't actually do tutorials and they don't understand the amount of time and effort that you put into it to do it. And yes, we do get paid, but we don't get paid a lot. As small creators, there's not a lot in it. So it can get quite disheartening at times. And that's sort of where I got to last year, where I was just like, I need to just take some time off, or I'm just going to get rid of this channel altogether. And I didn't want to do that because I really do enjoy doing tutorials, and I do enjoy sharing my knowledge with other people. And and I know that the good comments outweigh the bad comments, but when you're already going through stuff and you're dealing with stuff in the background, and then adding that on top gets quite frustrating and quite disheartening. Really disheartening. So yeah. All right, wow, you've all been chit-chatting, and let me get up here. I love doing smocking, says Deb. I am doing writing spritz with the crafty ones, and my first pair of socks are on the needle, on fire, and loving how they're looking so far. Do you though, Nicole? Probably not. That's sad, yeah. Do you have a caravan? No, we're doing some van life stuff. So that is some of the stuff. All good, because I was counting. Sorry, Gail. That's the last thing you bloody need. Jamie's also dropped in. Hello, Jamie. Welcome on in. What's sad? Who's sad? Who am I beating up? No, no one. It's all good. Just a Kiwi to the rescue. Love it. I'm about to make more coffee and set up my computer at my desk. We'll be crocheting and listening to The Most Secret Memory of Men by Mohammed Burgar Sar. Is that right? Burgar Sar. Sounds great. It does, doesn't it? Is anybody else buffering? The cross stitch is buffering a little bit on that. So I do apologize for that. Talk about streaming services. Has anybody watched Off Campus series on Prime? No, I have not. No. My computer and laptop have died. Oh no, that's not good. I don't know where I would be without my stuff. So yeah. But next week, what I think I might do is just switch them around a bit. Switch this camera onto the bigger computer, which is that computer that I'm looking at right now, and then go from there and see if that works a little bit better. Don't forget to drink while you're sitting around. I've got a nice mineral water, which is really good. All right. Let's make sure that I'm doing this right. Looks like I am. It's quite windy here today. I can hear the wind blowing out there. So yeah, we're going to do a little bit of van life stuff, and that's sort of what's coming in the future. I did do a little bit of travel already this year. I went over to the UK with my daughter, and we did a 5-week holiday over in the UK, and it was absolutely fabulous. It was cold. It was all the things you would expect in winter. Absolutely loved every moment of it, and we got to see some amazing things. I got to do a couple of bucket list things. Unfortunately, I couldn't go into. I wanted to go into one of the castles in Edinburgh, but the stuff that we wanted to see was actually closed off for renovations, so we didn't get to do that. But yeah, there was lots of things that we did, and really enjoyed doing it together. Here goes my voice, old lady voice. I'm going to mute in a minute because the garbage man's coming down and he is noisy. Noisy. That's a... All right. That's okay. It's the recycling money's gone straight past. Just move. Oh, sorry. Bit of a shake, rattle, and roll there. Just going to move the light because I need to see what I'm doing and it's reflecting on my glasses. So that's sort of what happened, and that's why I took some time off. And I'm glad that I did because I feel a little bit more refreshed now about my craft and everything. I feel better about it. I feel like getting out here and doing it. That could possibly change in 3 or 4 weeks, but right now I'm feeling very excited about it. I've committed to a year-long live streams with Maker's Quest. And I'm very keen to get because I can sort of see it coming together now. I'm really keen to get my Birdsville cushion finished. And as I'm sitting here, I'm looking at a whole heap of, just up there, I have a whole heap of projects that I need to get done, that I would like to get done sooner rather than later. So some of them might get done because Savannah will pull them down and probably do them. So, which would be fantastic. All right, can I count? Thank you. That's right. I hate it when they do things off center. It makes me just stop and go, no, that's wrong. But it's not wrong. It's right. It's supposed to be off center. I was just second guessing myself. It's so pretty, this piece. I'm like wrapped. I do have to I need to frog out the N. So when I did it, there's no way to get that centered. So what I'm going to do is actually take out this, add an extra stitch down the bottom here, and then redo that centerpiece, and that'll bring it over one, and then it'll be even. So it'll just make this bottom end a little bit chubbier on that. But right now, it's really annoying me because I couldn't get it centered with the letter. So, yeah. So I figured if I just add one stitch here and then bring it over, it'll bring it, and it'll be one off the side there, and then it'll be even. Even Stevens, that's what we want. That's what we need. Because otherwise I'm going to go crazy looking at that. I mean, I'll just get used to it and ignore it. That other people in my house will obsess about it. That's off. And they'll say it every time. They won't let me forget it, basically. And every time I see it, I'll be like, yes, I know. I'm aware that is not right. Very aware. So, yeah. Okay, so Off Campus is based on a book series by L. Kennedy. Very easy to watch, quite close to being true to the storyline in the books. Oh, fair enough. That's fair enough. Cool. We'll have to check it out. Thanks, Deb, for being here. Hopefully we'll see you again next week. Thanks for being here and appreciate it. Yeah, it was nice to catch up with you again. So, yeah, awesome. Thank you. See you next time. Oh, my glasses just pulled my hair out. Yeah, so I've got, what have I got up there? I've got a row by row that I've got to finish, which is almost done. So I think I've only got like 4, maybe 5 blocks to go. Maybe 6. I think I've got 1 block for 1 row, and then I've got 1 row to complete. But I've done the first one, and I've done all the videos for it, but it was never released publicly because it was for the it was for Facebook. But I'm thinking it's from 2023 too. I'm thinking that I might actually start releasing it because it's just sitting there, and people like row by rows, and it's quite pretty. It's called Autumn Splendor. There's also a cross stitch for it as well. Actually, I think that might be, no, that's not 2021. The 2021 one, I finished that, but I unlisted all the videos, so I could release those again too, I guess. So yeah, but anyway, I've got that up there. I've got a couple of block of the months from the Fat Quarter Shop. I also have a quilted piece that needs coloring. So I'm thinking that once I've done all the bits and pieces that are up there in quilt wise, I might pull that down and start doing some quilting on that, like some coloring on that rather. And yeah, I think that would be a fantastic project for sure. Where are we at here? Sorry, I'm just counting and making sure that I've got it in place. How long is the series, Gail? Like, is it a long series, or is it a romance? Is it a dark academia, fantasy? What is it exactly? Let us know in the comments. My coffee's gone cold. It's really cold. Because it's only like, it's colder in here than it is outside. 1, 2, 3, 4. Because this house, this is on the south side of the house, and it takes forever for it to heat up. It drives me mental, but and evidently I can't count to 2 either, because I just went down in the wrong spot. What else has been going on? I think the most thing that's really taken up all my time in the last couple of weeks has been Savannah. Savannah was just having a rough time down in Brisbane, and so she's managed to get herself worked up into a tiz, and she's now coming home. But she's going to do her last placement up here. She's only she's now on winter break. And she goes back, I think she said in July, the end of July, and then she's on placement for 5 weeks. Yeah, she's on placement for 5 weeks, and then once she's done that, she's only got about 6 weeks of uni, because she finishes a placement either the first week of September or mid-September, and then she's just got assignments to do and whatnot. So and then I think she graduates in October or something like that. Like, she finishes up, but then the graduation is in a couple of weeks later, or whatever the case may be. And then that's it. That's all she wrote, folks. 4 years of university done and dusted. But she's having a little bit of an identity crisis of whether she wants to be a teacher or not. So yeah, so she's going to take some time. I think she'll be fine. She just had a bit of a moment. She may end up just going straight into it, but she's thinking that she's going to go and work somewhere else for a year or 2, maybe even 3, and then just and then go from there and keep her credentials up, and maybe do some part-time teaching, like do relief teaching and travel around doing that to keep her credentials up and whatnot, which is not a bad thing, I don't think. Like she's still doing relief teaching. She'll get to see a bit of the country. She might find a place that she really enjoys living and she'll settle there. So yeah. And I'm excited for her at the same time. Oh, it just disappeared, Dummy. Good on you, camera. What are you doing? It just disappeared. I'm like, lucky I looked up, right? There we go. Sorry, I keep getting that echo. That must scare the shit out of you people. I think next week I'll swap it around. We'll just persevere this week. I got this computer cheap off Amazon because it's my editing video. It's my video editing computer that I use, so I don't have to use my big one all the time. And because I stream a lot and whatnot, and also I was traveling and I was going to edit videos and stuff while I was away, which I did do. I've still got a ton to go through. So yeah, I was sort of I got this because it was, I think I paid $340 for it in the end, and it works perfectly with the editing and all the rest of it. It just struggles a little bit with the camera, but what I can possibly do is use the camera that comes with this. It's got a built-in webcam, so that's probably why it's struggling a little bit, even though that's not on. But yeah, I don't know, I'll work it out. It could be that just the USB-C is a bit dodgy, and the camera I've got plugged in is a USB-C, because the one that I'm looking at where you can see me works better as a like focusing on a person, not on my work, because it blurs a bit, whereas this one that I'm using now is a little bit more stable. So and I had another one, and it's like you need a degree to just use it, just to get it to be right. Like it puts like a blue filter over you. So, yeah. It's surprising how quick this is actually going, because I've really only done a couple of hours on each one that I've done, like a live stream. So yeah, I'm actually quite surprised. What are we at? No, it's 40 minutes. So we'll go for another 20 minutes, and then we'll have a bit of a break, and I'm going to go make myself a warm cup of coffee because that's really cold. And we'll have a bit of a stretch and whatnot. Then when we come back, we'll do some more stitching. Yeah, like I'm actually really surprised how much I've got done in such a short time. Like even just in the streams that I've done, like how many stitches, I couldn't tell you because I haven't been counting stitches. Long gone are those days. Although I did make a lot of progress. Like if I sat down and I'm like, right, I'm going to do 300 stitches in this piece, and I'm going to do that this night and this night. I did make good progress doing that. So maybe I should start doing that again, but not at night, in the morning, because it's, yeah. I haven't put any stitches into Red Dragon at all in the last 12 months. Well, actually, it's probably less than that. It's probably about 8 months. So I should really think about putting some stitches into that. But I've shown Savannah when her 21st rolled around, which was last year, last October, when her 21st rolled around, I said, look, I did actually have a craft project for you that I was doing. I have not finished it. And she goes, that's okay, Mum. I haven't finished your birthday present either that I was painting. We'll call it even, shall we? So I said, I promise that I will try and have it done by the time you're 30. that gives me 9 years, right? And it's only a little piece of but there's a lot of stitches in it. But I am doing it on 28 count. So I was going to do it as a framed picture for her, but she's actually asked for it as a cushion instead. So I'm like, yeah, cool, no worries. So it's actually a really good size. I think I got a little bit disheartened by it because there's like a dye lot change in it. But I've done far too much to pull it out. So I'm just going to keep going with it. It'll be what it is. And it doesn't really make a difference where it is because there are different shades of that color in the in that sky anyway. So I'm like, it's not too bad, right? So yeah, I should once everything gets settled down here, I might be able to I might just set it up out here and then I can put some stitches into it. And try and get some of it done. I'm almost finished right across the top, which I think is, it's either 4 or 5 pages. I can't remember now. I think it's 5 pages, 4.5 pages. So I'm almost finished across the top. I think I've got about 4,000 stitches to go across the top, maybe a bit more, maybe a bit less. I can't remember. It's been a hot minute since I actually have put any stitches into it. And I had a whole heap of heaven and earths on the go. I actually decided that some of them I'm going to do as diamond paintings. So yeah, I've also got diamond painting on the go as well. The cat in the library. So I want to get some more stitches on that. But again, the house is a disaster area. So let me put that there and snip that so I can use that down here. All right. Oh, it's looking good. We got 2 chimneys. Yeah. All right. Where's my little pin? Let's put that back in because that's 10 right there. And we are going to do a little bit more stitching now. Right, done. I managed to split a thread. So I normally come up the hole and then I'll just stretch it and go back down the hole when I park the thread. Couldn't do it that time. So yeah. All right, we'll get to the end of the roof and then we'll have a quick 10-minute break, 15-minute break, probably 10 minutes from our craft, and then we'll come back and do some more stitching. I am definitely going to go make myself. Might actually make myself some scrambled eggs to just quickly chuck them in the microwave. All right, let me just get this into the right spot. Come up through there. There we go. It's just sitting weird and it wasn't letting me stitch properly. It's not there. That was there. So I did one stitch. Almost messed it up. All right. Yeah, almost messed it up. Would have been out by one stitch. Keep putting my pencil underneath my thing. All right, let me just do cross out the chimney. I mean, I can see it's done, but still, I'll cross it out. Only 8 episodes. Okay. Hockey smart. Oh, everybody be in for that. Okay, so it's so have you watched Heated Rivalry or Red Heated Rivalry? That's apparently a big thing. I don't know. I think that's on Netflix. I don't think that's on Prime. So yeah, and there's only 8 episodes. I might have to go and check that out. All right, now that I almost made a mistake, I've double checked that. We're ready to go. So we're going to start counting in lots of 10 again. This is by Plum Blackbird Designs, but I've got actually, Cinnamon Stars, like for those that cross stitch, by Plum Street Sampler. I actually have a couple more houses in that series. Well, I don't even think that's a series. They're just from that particular designer. And so I'm I'd like to get some of my bigger projects out of the way and get stuck into them because they're just super cute. And they take a little while to do, but they're still super cute and enjoyable. I like making them. I'm going to, once everything's settled up here again, and I'm going to go through my stash of whips, and I'm actually going to just really be quite brutal and get rid of ones that just are not holding my attention anymore. Whether I frog them out or whatever the case may be. But yeah, I really need to get them gone on that if I'm not going to ever stitch them. But then I'm like, oh, but I sort of still do like it. I can't make a decision on that to save my bloody life. I know I've got to frog out Halloween Quaker. Like that is almost done, but I made a mistake because I used to do that on live streams, and I made a mistake somewhere. And I can't figure out where I've made the mistake. So I need to actually frog that out and just modify one of the motifs because they're spot motifs. So they're like Quaker motifs and whatnot. I've just got to do the spider web, and then there's just a section that I've got to frog out and start again. And so what I'm thinking of doing is just omitting something and then putting the cats in there and the skeletons, I think it is. That's the section that I have to play with. So it's just a painful thing to do. I just need to do it and get it done, and then it'll be finished. Like I probably have maybe, if I sat down for a weekend and stitched on it, I'd probably get it done in a weekend, what I need to do, maybe 3 days. So yeah, because that is so close to a finish. And I've got a couple of others that are, that are pretty big. So I'd like to, get them done. So that's why I pulled this out, and I'm like, you know what, I'm just going to stitch on this until it's done. So yeah, and that's what I'm doing. That's why I'm doing it every week. I may pull out other stuff as well and work on that, especially if it's little. I've got some little ones that are close to finishes as well, so I could probably get them done. But it's just setting up a routine and doing it and just getting it done, making the decision to do it. But, your girl can't make a decision to save her life, apparently. All right. We're almost to the end. Ooh. My crochet is coming along. I haven't done anything for, oh, it's gone again. Jeez. It'd probably help if I put the right glasses on, I'll be able to see, right? Makes sense, yeah. Are we back? Yeah, we are. We're back. It's just the intermission, right? Okay, muted. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, my crochet. I've got my top. I've got my yarn, and I have done 3 rows, and I'm now ready to start on. I'll probably do a little bit of that tomorrow. I'm now ready to start making the foundation, the scallop part of it. So I'm pretty excited to actually get that done. We should. Yeah, we should. We need to. Because you know what I've lost interest in as well. So on that, I don't think I need that many whips, right? So yeah, I think that's what I need to do. Yeah. We'll organize it. Maybe on a Saturday morning. What do you reckon? Yeah, Saturday morning sounds good, right? On that. Okay, that's a bit better. It's not so aggressively in my shot, right? Yeah, I think that's a good idea, Gail. I like that idea. Let me get the house back together and all the things, and then we can go from there. I am actually going to just turn the camera off on this for a second, on this camera for a second, on the stitching, and I'm going to swap it because it's actually glitching a bit. So I'm just going to swap cameras around. So just bear with. We'll have a break, and I'll swap it all around, and then when we come back, it should be okay on that with any luck. So yeah, I've just got to swap USBs around. So I think that's what I need to do. And I'm just going to get an extension for this one because this one's a USB-C. The stitching is a USB-C, and the other one is just a regular USB. So I think that's what I'll do. Yeah, you've done amazing over the last 2 years. I've gone from 63 whips to 12 and doing lots of finishing and being ruthless with culling. Yeah. How many did you cull in the end on that? That's always interesting to know. All right. Let me just turn the camera off. We're going to be back in just a second. I'm going to swap things around, but we're going to have a 10-minute break. So go grab yourself a coffee. I actually will probably do a banner for that and just say on a 10-minute break, be right back. Let me put that down here. Let me just top that. There we go. That'll work. Save. And we're going to show that down the bottom. We will be right back. All right, so I'm going to just turn the cameras off and just mute it for a second, swap everything around, and when we come back, we should be good. Fingers crossed, right? Fingers crossed. All right. See you in about 10 minutes. one on and that one to stay off. Right. Gail, can you let me know if there's an echo? That'd be great. Let me just get rid of that music. We're back for our next section of sprinting. So, excuse me. I've swapped the cameras over. So hopefully we won't get as much, as much of it dropping in and out. So what I might just do is do a little bit of an edit. No echo, awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that. There shouldn't be an echo because I'm using two different computers. So just make this. That's not going to do it. All right, fine. Don't do it then. Trying to get it to do something, but it's not doing it. It's being difficult. Okay, it's a little bit smaller. And there we go. We can see all that, right? That's pretty cool. We're going to update that. All right, let me get rid of that banner. I'll hide that. And yeah, all right. There goes my, it's just balancing on the end of my thing. So there we go. That's looking good. That little bit better, right? A little bit better. Okay. Hopefully you can hear me okay. All good. So there's no echo. Excellent. We've had that issue in the past, haven't we, Gail? Drove me absolutely balmy. And the only way to solve it is have two computers. So yeah. And nothing else open. Nothing else is going on. So yeah. All right. Hey, Molly Dodd, how are you? Welcome on in. It's been a hot minute since I've seen you anywhere. How are you? Thank you for being here. Just popping in to say hi. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks for being here. We have got to the end of the top of the house just then. So now I'm going to come down and we're going to complete that roof, and then we're going to start doing some of the motifs and everything up here. So that's what I'm going to do in the next section. I am going to set my alarm because when I stood up, my legs were a little bit wobbly. So I am going to set it for a 40-minute sprint, and then we'll have a 10-minute break so I can get up and stretch and all that sort of stuff. Because the chair I'm actually in is not the most comfortablest chair. So yeah, it's not. So yeah. Oh no, that's not good at all. Been avoiding sprints because of my migraines, but they're redoing. They are doing a little bit better now. That's awesome. Well, we're just doing some gentle crafting here, not too strenuous or anything like that. So hopefully it won't flare up on you, and you'll feel a little bit better. Getting a little bit of reading done, or maybe a bit of crafting or something along those lines. So once I've finished doing this roof, in the center there, it's all Smyrna crosses. So I'll probably get some, I haven't done a Smyrna cross in a hot minute. So what I think I might do is just set up a small hoop and practice them before I start doing them. So I'm not going to do them today because I'll probably wreck those, and we don't want to do that, right? So that's what we're going to do with that. So, but let me just bring the picture up and I'll show you what section I'm going to do, because there's only like 10, 15 stitches to finish this off. So let me just find a good picture of, because there's several pictures of this, where I can show you. Is it on the inside? Yeah, this is probably the best one. All right, so let me come up a little bit closer and get my pointing, little pointing thing. So I have done the 2020. I've done that, and I've got the chimneys in. So what I figured I'd do is I will do the in between the bricks. So you can see I've got the bricks there, but I haven't done in between them with stitches yet. So I'm going to do that. And then I'm going to do the two crows, and I'm going to do that motif. However, I am not going to I'll put the two in, but I'm not going to do their last number, because I don't know when I'm going to, I want to finish it this year. So I'll put 26 if it, like, I'll put the 6 in if I finish it. Because if you remember earlier, Chrissy said we should make, because Chrissy's working on this as well. And I think Deb from Frog Cottage Designs was here a bit earlier as well. This was a birthday stitch along for both their birthdays. And Chrissy has done a bit of the house and down the bottom here. And so she was saying earlier that maybe we should make it as a goal to get this done by September, because we started it in September in 2022, I think. So this has been sitting there doing nothing until this year on that. So I'm looking forward to getting more stitches into this and getting it done. So I like that goal. I think that's a very achievable goal. I might have to work on it a little bit more than just 3 hours a week, but I do get a lot done. Yeah, I'm talking a bit today and all that sort of stuff, but I still get a bit done in each session. So if I can get those finished today, those little motifs that I just showed you, if I can get the fill in the crow and whatnot in each session, then we should be good. So yeah, so hopefully you all got up, had a bit of a stretch, got a cup of coffee or a drink of water or maybe a snack, and now we're back and we're going to get stuck into some more stitching, and we're going to stitch for the next 40 minutes or craft for the next 40 minutes. Then we'll have another 10-minute break. And hopefully my camera will play nice. I have switched the cameras up, so the only camera that will probably disappear will be me, but it doesn't seem to be flickering or anything, and I'm up in the corner, so it doesn't make any difference. So I am going to set my alarm for 40 minutes. I can turn the volume up so we can hear that when it goes off. It's not too loud, but at least we will be able to hear it. And then we'll put that little sign up. We'll be back. I'll put some more music on, and we'll go and do our little breaks and all that sort of stuff. So I'm starting the timer now to get stuck into some more stitching. I need to open up the chart though, right? Because that will help. So yeah. I have to go anyway because it's 2 a.m. Oh my goodness, go to bed. I did a little paper crafting earlier, trying to make Nordic woven hearts. Oh, I love those. They are good. Good luck. You'll have to share them over. You're in my Discord, right? Or my Facebook group. I think you're in my Facebook group too, maybe. You'll have to share them over in the Facebook group. I'd love to see the crafts that you're working on. And you can share them in the bookish one as well. Gail says coffee in insulated mug so stays warm, and I may have a chance of finishing it. Yeah, I just sculled a cold one. I have an iced coffee between my warm ones. But anyway, all right. Let's get this roof done, shall we? And we'll get stuck into going down the side. This always scares me when we go a little diagonal. So I'm going to concentrate on that. Look at that. We've got cameras working. My goodness. I should have done that in the first place. I should have known that little computer was not going to cope. So, yeah, but anyway, let's get some stitches in, hey? I'm looking forward to doing the Smyrna crosses. I haven't done any in a while, so I am actually really looking forward to it. What did I do then? What have I done? Oh, I've picked up that. Accidentally picked up the thread that I was using before. Yeah, so I am really looking forward to doing the Smyrna crosses because I haven't done them in a hot minute. Oh, really, Alfie? He's out there. Oh. That's his like, hey, you need to let me out. I'm going to let him out in the next sprint, when we go to our break, not sprint, sorry. So yeah, and then you can go run around. Oh no, he'll be so toasty warm there. We've got a kennel that's off the ground, and on one side it's a big farm kennel. And on one side, we've put like all doona covers and not doona covers, doonas in there. So he's got these feather doonas in there, and he's got like a little nest in there, and he's got his water and his food, and he's got his toys to chew on and throw around. Like he can actually throw stuff around. and then we've got a tarp over it so the wind can't blow in, and he's got like there's a sheet metal on the side and all that sort of stuff. Sorry, the street cleaner's going past. And yeah, so he's in there, and then the sun comes in there first thing in the morning, and he's in there, he's baking and all that sort of stuff. So because it gets quite cold here, so we're trying to alleviate some of that coldness for him, and whatnot. So yeah, but he's got his nice little kennel, and he stays warm at night because he's a big dog. He's an outside dog, and he's a short-haired dog. So, but I said to I was going to mention to Darvanalee yesterday that she should probably get him a coat for at night. So I'm going to send her a message a bit later. She's heading over to Toowoomba today. She's going over to grab me some cat litter and stuff. She was going there anyway. She goes out on Thursday night shopping over to Toowoomba. She's something to do after work. And so, yeah, so she's going over there. She's going to grab me some kitty litter, but I'll tell her to grab him a nice little warm coat too, because I think he'd like that, being toasty warm. And just give him that little bit of warmth, extra warmth. But he's so funny. Like, he's such an escape artist. He gets out and he takes off. We've actually had to put a collar on him to stop him from doing that. And he's got a GPS tracker on him as well, just in case he still gets out. But every now and again, he tries his luck, and he gets to the front gate, and it gives him a zap, and he runs up. Like, it doesn't hurt him. Like, you can touch it. It doesn't hurt you. It doesn't hurt him either. It just startles him, and he runs up the back. And then he's like, but he's happy about it because he runs up the back. And then you go out, you all right? And he's like, wagging his tail like a lunatic that he is. So yeah, the video that is going up for the van and that, you'll actually, if you watch that one on Saturday, go and watch the one prior to that, where Brennan's moving cars around, and you see Alfie, and you can see the size difference. He's huge, absolutely huge. You know, so yeah, and he's tiny in the other one. So funny. He's such a puppy, such a well-behaved puppy. Until his mum goes, oh, I need to discipline and not spend any time with him. So anyway, that's a story for another day. I am looking forward to doing the spanner crosses, as I said, but I'm also a little bit apprehensive as well. I'm a little bit scared because I haven't done them in a while. Oh, you know what other piece that'll be good to get finished? That one that I made that colossal mistake on because of I got a kit from it was the chalkboard series that that quarter shop done ages and ages ago, like in 2019, 18 or something, whenever I started cross stitching. It was one of the first pieces I'd done, and I'd never done cross stitching before. And so I sent them a message, and I'm like, oh, I'm doing it on how do I do this? Do I do it across one? Do I just go to the next hole, or do I skip it and go to the one after that? Well, they told me to skip it. And anyway, I was doing it, and the designer reached out to me and said, oh, hey, just so you know, you're actually doing that. Like, that's not how you do it. But this mistake has actually turned out to be quite good, because I'm going to put a black interfacing behind it because it's on the chalkboard fabric. And then I'm going to put it in a big wooden rustic frame, and it's sunflowers. And it's got cement crosses in it and all the rest of it, but it was such a colossal mistake, and I'm so embarrassed by it. But at the same time, I'm not, because it's actually been quite an interesting mistake to make, because it not only did it go from a small piece, it's gone to a really big piece, and now I can actually frame it and put it in my kitchen. So while I was a little bit pissy about it, that I had made that mistake, I'm really happy with the mistake that I've made now. I'll have to get it out and show you what I mean next. I'll have it out next week. I'll make a note of that and get it out. And then that way you can see, like, it's funny. Like, it's such a stupid mistake. It's funny. It's hilarious on that. So yeah. But anyway, with that, we had done the house and it matched up. I cannot believe it. Did it? Did I do that right? Yeah, that one there. Oh, no, I didn't do that right. I missed one. Oops. Just back up a couple of stitches. I was going to say, hang on a second, that doesn't look right. Pays to check, right? That's not bad. That's the first mistake I made, and I didn't keep going. I actually seen that it was a mistake. So, unlike Halloween Quaker. I didn't see the mistake. All right, so we've got that one. That one. Oh, I was supposed to do it there. Silly me. Yeah, so I'll have to get that one out. I forget what it's the Hello. Is it Hello? It was the chalkboard series. I remember that. And it was done by the kits came out from the Fat Quarter Shop and came with everything that you needed. And I think the design was done by the Housewives of Stitching. When they first started doing designs, I'm pretty no, it wasn't them. It was Hands On Design was the designer. So yeah. All right, now let's do those stitches again. So I'm like, yeah, no, that doesn't look right. It looks a little bit short. Now it'll be right. So yeah, Hands On Design. And the designer was lovely enough to reach out to me and go, hi. And she goes, not that it matters. She goes, but you might not have enough fabric there. But I did. I ended up having enough fabric, so it wasn't so bad. Which is a good thing, right? And so yeah, I'm almost finished it. Like I just got embarrassed by it, and I really should just finish it, right? Anyway. Discord, yes. Facebook, no. They're in the Makers Quest Discord. But I'll add them to yours too. Oh, you can leave them there. I can go and look there. I'm in there too. But it'd be nice to see them in the Dusty ones as well. So yeah, thank you. And I hope to see you again, Molly Dot. I missed you. I missed seeing your name pop up. And hopefully those pesky migraines will go away. Ooh, look at that. It looks so good. Doesn't it? It looks so good. Now we've got the roof on there. It's going to look fantastic with the Smyrna crosses, and they're done in an apple cider. So I don't know what that color is I'm using there. I think that's gingerbread, and I don't know if I've got apple cider. Let me just have a look. I don't think I do. But if it looks to be the same color, I think I ended up using this one because it was close to apple cider. It's the same color, so I'll just be using this color. So yeah, yay! All right, now we're going to do the chimneys, and so I need corn silk for that one. All right, let me get that. Oh, it's a nice fresh one. Ooh, we're open up a freshie. Love open up a fresh skein. All right, let me, if I can. Maybe not. Maybe not today. Where's the end? Oh, it's here somewhere. I can see you. Why are you not playing nice? It's hidden. I'm trying to get it's all hidden in here. Aha, there we are. Got it. No, it's going to create a knot. Damn. Hope not. Hope for not a knot. I think it was just this. Yeah, this has just been spun onto the thing wrong. It's just being difficult. I think I've got it. Yeah, I think I got it now. That was a mission. All right. And then we'll just put that there. So we know that belongs with that one. Let me get those off. Another comment just came in. Good night, Molly Dot. Thanks for popping by. I appreciate it. Don't forget to hit that like on the way out. Thank you. Also thinking about getting Pandemic out too, putting some stitches into that. Before I know it, I'm going to end up having enough for a floss tube. That's why I haven't done floss tube, because I haven't had enough to do for floss tube. So yeah, but anyway. Look out. I know. I shouldn't lick my threads, but you know what? I'm a thread licker. What can I say? Yep, that's me. There's nothing on top, no, just the crow. Yeah, I moved last week. I moved this into the Q snap because it was just going to be easier to do the house in one go rather than try and do just the little section. So that's why because on page 1 there's just this little section of the house, and I'm like, yeah, I think I want to, because I didn't know how much floss I had left, so I thought I'll just do the roof and get the chimney done because I knew it was using the same color. And yeah, I'm glad I did it because now I know exactly where the house is going to be, and I can just focus on that house. I know that I'll get page 1 completely finished because I've got a little bit extra down here to do, like down the bottom. I've got a bit to do down here before page 1 is finished. Excuse me. So I figured I'll just do as much of the house as I can and just work the 2 pages. So, because once I do this chimney and the crow, then that's pretty much all I can do on page 1. So then this motif here and this crow are, and the numbers are page 2. So I'll just go onto that, and I've got the house in the right place now, so that's all good. And it sort of just made sense to me to do that. I don't know, can you really see this corn silk? I honestly think the cream stands out a bit better. And this is the called for color. This is not swapped out, this one. So this is actually the called for color. This is the same color that'll be in the house. I guess when it's small like this, you can't really tell. So when it's in the house, because all this bit in here is also the same color. So, but I want to get the bricks done. I've done the first 2 rows, and now the next lot of bricks are between windows. So I'll have to look at doing the windows first so I get them all in the right spot. But we'll see if we get to them today. Oh. Yeah, I didn't think it was going to work swapping it over, but this is working. Like, I'll just have the small camera on the maybe this camera that's overhead actually uses a lot more power through the USB-C, and maybe it's just not supporting it as well. But I've just plugged the other camera, the one that has me on it. I have just plugged that into this smaller computer, and it seems to be working. It doesn't seem to be glitching, so that's a good thing. So yeah, I think I'll just have that running on that computer now, which will make sense. Which also means that I'll be able to put this computer down beside me, and if there's any issues, it's a little bit closer as well. Just had to double check that I was doing the right thing then. I wasn't going to go an extra 1. I suppose it is sort of coming through a little bit, isn't it? Can't really see it on the computer, but I'm starting to see it a bit more. Like in person, you can see it really well. Yeah, you can't really make it out. I don't know, Gail, what does it look like on the TV? Can you make out the color or not? In person, I can. Like you can see it. It's got that green sort of tinge to it, greenish yellow. I think once I get some of my I will take you up on that offer, Gail, to be ruthless, because I second guess myself whether I want to get rid of them. And whatnot. I don't know whether I'll get rid of the charts, because most of my charts are PDF charts anyway, so I can't give them away to people. But yeah, so I don't know. I definitely want to do Farmhouse Christmas, and I definitely want to do all those ones. What's the other one? Jack Frost Tree Farm, Christmas Tree Farm, something like that. I definitely want to do those. I'm doing those as just one piece and cushion. I've got Farmhouse Christmas on the go, so I've got to get some more stitches into that. But there's a lot of other ones that I could just probably get rid of. I know about 3 in the bag just beside me that I could just get rid of. I don't really think I want to do them. There's one Plum Street sampler one in the bag that I definitely want to do, which was a free chart. I wouldn't mind to get, that's the 12 days of Christmas. I wouldn't mind to finish that. Definitely have to finish Halloween Quaker and Holiday Quaker. But there's a lot of other stuff that I'm umming and ahhing about. And I think once I get a lot of those done and finished, and I made the decision about the little club ones that I've done. There's a couple that I want to do, but I'm not going to do all of them because I don't need to do all of them. And they're there for later on down the track. So if I, so choose, want to do a little small one or something like that. So I think having you help me do that will get rid of all of it. And then I can just, get on with stitching the stuff that I've got. The problem is most of the projects I have are absolutely mammoth on that. So like all the Halloween at Hawk Run, I've got on the go, Shores of Hawk Run. What else have I got on the go? I think I've got 3 Hawk Runs on the go. I have all the charts. I would really like to do all them, but we'll just have to wait and see. If I do end up starting and finishing those other ones and I start another one, it'll be the only project that I'm working on that. And just, I'll just become a monogamous, what is it? Monogamous stitcher. So yeah. I think that'll be the thing to do. On that, not only that, there'll be a little bit of traveling that I'm doing as well, so I won't be able to do all the things. So yeah. So I only have a couple of projects that I'll have, and that's it, just to rotate through, which means that I'll get lots of stitching done on those. Right. In person, it's going to look absolutely fantastic with this color. And I am really happy that I chose this color because it's going to look fantastic. But on the camera, I don't know that you can see it. I just went a bit too far over. I hate it when I do that. Go home. Looks like it's got a knot in it. Doesn't. Weird. Weird. And then once I get all my whips down, I think I would actually like to do a chatelaine. I've got a couple of chatelaines. They're not overly big ones. I've got a smaller one. It's done in all these absolutely stunning blues. I think it's called Moroccan Nights. I'd like to get that one done and up on the wall. But that one will be one that'll just be set up, and I'll just put stitches into it because I've got a floor stand, actually got a couch stand as well. So yeah, just like to have that in its hoop. And yeah. Forgot to do that. I was going to do a pin stitch to finish off. Nice. That's the one chimney done. So what else? I'm just trying to think what else I've got in there. I'll have to go through my whip journal is not up to date. So it is definitely something that I'm just going to have to sit there and go through. And I've got a ton of stuff that for giveaways and all that sort of stuff as well. So I need to get that into doing it. Yeah, I hear you. My 12 whips include 2 Hades, 2 Chatelaines, 2 Hawk Run Hollows, and a behemoth hard hanger tablecloth. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That is a lot, my friend. That is a lot on that. Jenny's here. Oh, just let me find the right mouse. Let me just move that mouse away because I don't actually need that anymore. That's huge. Wrong one. So yeah, that's huge on that. So yeah. It's not that I'm not overwhelmed by all the projects that I have. Like, I'm not overwhelmed, not by the slightest, because I don't mind having a huge selection of stuff. I just know that some of the stuff I'm not going to stitch, and it's just going to sit there taking up space. And I'm also going to be downsizing a little bit as well, like in house space and whatnot. So yeah, Jenny out on errands, home for a short time, and then driving hubby to his appointment this afternoon. I could take stitching to and while the time away, but no. Yes, it never works, does it? We'll get you sorted. Awesome. Yeah. And I don't want to get rid of my stash as such, because all the charts that I have in there are all charts that I really want to do. There's a lot of excuse me, there's a lot of Plum Street and Blue Flower, and there's Chatelaines. There's some Fancy Ladies too. I would like to do a Fancy Lady. But I've got the Goddess ones and the fancy in the Nora Corbett. So I've got the Woodland Goddess, the one that looks like that movie that Maleficent, with the crows and the green dress. I've got that. I would like to do those. So I have the Woodland Goddess. I've got that one. I can't remember what goddess she is. And then I've got another one. I can't think what it was. I think I've got 3. And then there's the winter one with the, but I like that one, but I don't like the fabric that's on it. So I'm going to do it on different fabric. I haven't done much of it. I think I may have only put maybe a couple of 100 stitches into it. So I think that one, I definitely want to finish Pandemic. So I need to get that out, which I think is actually hiding behind the DMC floss just there. And I wouldn't like, I've got Shores of Hawk Run Hollow. And I have Halloween at Hawk Run Hollow, which I've started on the center block. I think I've done 2 blocks in Shores of Hawk Run, but I've got all the other charts. So I'm not going to start them until I do the ones that I've already started, because that'd be just stupid. So yeah. And I already UFOs my Heaven and Earths, as you know, we discussed that ages ago. So the only Heaven and Earths that I've got on the go is Red Dragon and Autumn Dragon, but it has no background. It's just the dragon. So that's not a full Heaven and Earth. Like, it's not there's still a lot of stitches in it, but there's that. And I have, did I restart? I have Autumn Queen. I definitely want to do Autumn Queen. I definitely want to do Red Dragon, because that's for Savannah. And the other dragon, I definitely want to do, but I'm sort of sitting on the fence about it. So I don't know whether I will. I think that one will be just something that I'll work on in autumn, and yeah, we'll see how we go. But I definitely want to do my Autumn Queen. But I think I've just got to take it slow, and just I get them done when I get them done. Like, it doesn't matter if I don't get Autumn Queen done, in 2 years, and I take 5 years to do it or 10 years to do it. Like, it's a full coverage one. But I restarted it because I didn't like the fabric that it was being done on, and I'm doing it on 28 count. So it's going to make it significantly smaller, and I am also doing 10 stitch on that one. So I think all of my heights that I've got going on, they're all 10 stitch. As much as I'd like to do a full cross, that I just don't like the look of it. I like the look and the smoothness of the 10 stitch. So that's sort of why I decided to do that. And I've changed fabrics from 25 count to 28 count, which is going to significantly reduce the size of Autumn Queen, because she's a big gal. She's a big gal. But she's absolutely stunning. But other than that, most of the other stuff we can definitely go through those. So they're definitely the ones that I want to keep and do. I'm sure there's other ones in there that I really want to do as well. There's quite a number of ones that are quite small, and there's no reason why I can't get them finished, especially those cute little ones that I was doing for Mia. I'd like to finish those. Like, at this stage, I'm just going to keep everything, but there'll be some in there that I want to. I know that there's a couple already that I definitely want to get rid of. They're Christmas ones that I'm just not feeling anymore. So yeah. Taste change, even as we are stitching on a piece. I currently have Shores and Halloween as whips. We could do a sale and keep each other in check if you want to, and maybe a block every 2 months. That would probably work. That I think I'll pull out Halloween, and then I'm working the center block at the moment, and I'm pretty sure I've almost got the one witch done and most of the cauldron done. So if I say by the end of July, I have that finished. That, bearing in mind that I don't do stitching in the evening anymore, I spend time with Brendan. So, which is not a bad thing. So there's 2 nights a week that I can do it. So Friday nights with you guys, and then Wednesday night I could probably put an hour in. But I think I need to just start putting an hour in. Like, set my floor stand up out here so the cats can't get on top of it, knock things over and stuff, and actually start putting some time into it. And alternate between this one and that one, and I should be able to get it done, if not by the end of August anyway. On that, I might start doing that actually, because I did have it out. I think it's actually just, yeah. I definitely like it, and I like this fabric that I'm doing it on too. Like, so yeah, I'm almost finished the witch. She's headless. She's a bit spooky at the moment. Let me just put it up here. So that's what I've got done. Let me move those threads and get my good glasses on so I can see what's going on up on the thing. So she's a bit headless at the moment, a little bit creepy, but that's what I've got done so far of Halloween. Yeah, okay, we'll look at it in July once you finish Stanley. Yeah, will you get that out of the way? And then, yeah, August, September. That we can do like a full calendar month, 2 months on it. So I started doing the border as well. So yeah, so that's where I'm at. Like that's because that's equivalent of 2 blocks then as well. So so I'll work on getting that. I might actually start working on this anyway and start getting some stitches into it, and then because I'll be slow going at it. Because I've got a lot going on next month as well. So, but yeah, if I finish, because what did you say you've got? You've got 1 block and made a teeny start on the second. Well, if I finish her and all the bits and pieces around her, that will be equivalent of 1 block because these are equivalent of 2 blocks. And then I can work on the next part of it in July and August. That sounds really good, Gail. That really sounds good. And it's not an overly big piece either. Like, so yeah, I'm pretty sure it is Hawk Run. And that I might have to put some calico on this one because I think that this one was really cutting it fine and whatnot. So yeah, and I'm using the called for colors, but just using CXC, and the coverage on that is amazing. Absolutely. It looks more like a tapestry coverage than a cross stitch coverage. It's absolutely amazing. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with how it's turned out. Oh, where'd my thread go? There it is. So yeah, I'd really like to get that done. And then get it, framed and actually enjoy some. Like I've got all my, I've got a box of finishes that I need to do as well. Like I've got the, I don't even know where they are. Oh, they're there. I'll pull them out next week and I can show you the finishes that I've got. There's a couple that are just little cushions. There's some that'll be like wall hangings. Like I really knew that I was going to get right into cross stitch when I started doing a little cottage, and it had some quilts on it and all the rest of it. And then it had the alphabet on it. I can't remember who created the thing. And I changed the alphabet to Darvanalee Designs. So I'd like to get that finished, framed, and actually put it up on the wall. So yeah, but you know how it goes. You can't rush these things, right? I just got to get into the habit of getting up early again, because I've got into the habit of sleeping in when no one's been here. I have really enjoyed that aspect of the kids not being here. But the house is full again. I've got a Lockie here. His girlfriend's moved in this week as well. And yeah. And then Savannah's moving back this week. I'm just waiting for Neroli to go, Mum, I'm moving back in. And then I'm probably just going to go, you know what, I'm moving out. You gave the freaking house. I'm out. So yeah, so anyway, that's sort of where we've been at this week. I'm just waiting for that to happen. But no, that sounds like a really good idea, Gail. That will really help me keep on track as well and get some of these bigger pieces done. I mean, am I going to start other big pieces? Of course I am, but I'm not going to be a serial starter like I was. I'm just going to get stuff done. I don't need to start a heap of stuff. I could still just stitch on a couple of things and have a floss tube every week, because I have enough to stitch on everything. But I don't do competitive stitching anymore. Like, I'm not in any of the Facebook groups where they have teams and stuff like that. I'm not necessarily counting stitches anymore or anything. I'm not in WhipGo and all that sort of stuff, because I while I love doing that, I just don't have the time to do it. But I think setting a couple of hours aside each day, and even maybe a book sprint or two, do some of it as well. I will start to really make a dent in it. Not every sprint, but maybe sit down for an hour and a half and do some stitching for one sprint each day, that's a fair chunk of stuff you're getting done. But of course, I've got all the other things that I'm doing as well. So, but I can listen to audiobooks and two birds, as they say. Interesting. So, yeah. All right. Gail's going to help me cull, and then we're going to stitch up a storm. All right. Now, this time, Nicole, you're doing a pin stitch. You need to end it properly. Oh, that one is ended. I just I struggled because I did it underneath instead of doing it like this, where I go down and then I do the leg that goes across, and then I come up in the center of it and go down again in the center. And then we come up here and we go down here under the center, and then I come up and snip, and then that is all secured. Da-da-da! Okay, so I can now snip out all these threads because all those threads are now covered by the stitching that I just did. Ta-da! Look at that. All right. And look at that, finished it just in time. We've got 16 seconds before we go to a little break. So we're going to get up and do a little bit of stretching. We'll be right back. I could put some music on and all the things. So, yeah. All right. Yep. Let me know. No worries. Hello. Boomerang children, fun times. Yeah, I know, right? She's finishing uni up in 6 months, so she's coming home doing a placement up here and stuff. So, yeah. I've dug out my cross stitch as promised and found an embroidery frame at a local op shop. So I feel officially creative. Nicely done. Yeah, I don't do competitive very well either. Terry comes in, competitive stitching, hell no. Yeah, when I first started, that's how I started diamond painting first, and then they were showing how they how it was using like the DMC colors and all the rest of it, and that's how I got into cross stitch. Like I knew cross stitch existed, but I really liked doing diamond painting, so I figured, oh, maybe I'll like doing cross stitch, and I did. I fell into it, and I fell into it hard. And basically, I used to go into I was in School of Magical Stitches, which was really good until some idiots got in there and they just wrecked it. And there's no other word to use but that, because they were idiots, and they were not nice people, and they just made it hard for everybody. And some people had got a little bit power trippy and all that sort of stuff. So, God knows who I'm talking about. And so I sort of lost my mojo a bit with those, but I did really like doing it because every day I knew what I was stitching on. Every day I knew how many stitches I was putting into my projects. And at the time I was also doing floss tube as well. So it gave me content each week as well. But we both Gail and I sort of took a hiatus from floss tube for a little while there, because we were just, there was some stuff that went on behind the scenes, and we were just like, yeah, no. But I really enjoyed it. I'm not so much now. I don't want to get, because I've got a bad taste in my mouth about it, right? So I just don't bother doing it. So yeah, I've only just discovered competitive jigsawing. Oh my God. That concept was enough to blow my mind. I would fail at that big time. I do like jigsaw puzzles sometimes at night when I'm reading, like listening to if I've got an audio book, and I'll do jigsaw puzzles in bed. And I'm so freaking slow at it. Like it's taken me, I've started using jigsaw landscapes, I think it is, and or jigsaw scapes or something like that. It's on Apple, and it's got the line of stuff down the bottom, and I've been doing that for about 6 weeks now. I had another one on another device, but that device is really slow at the moment. And I'm like, I'm doing the, like, dragging the line across to find the pieces and all the rest of it. It's taken me nearly 6 weeks to realize there's an arrow. If I touch on it, it brings up all the pieces. So, so could you imagine me in competitive jigsaw puzzling? No, ma'am. No, not even a little bit. I'm more like the kid that grabs the scissors and chases the other kids around the playground. Gail, you are not. You are not that. However, you probably would give me the idea to do it, and I would go and do it, right? That's probably more like what would happen. My mind is now officially blown. The diamond painting is based on a DMC thread. Yes, yes. All the colors are DMC thread colors. Yep. On that, it originally diamond painting. I have been doing diamond painting since it first come onto the scene back in 2018, late 2017, early 2018. It came onto the scene about August of 2018 was when I discovered diamond painting, and I dove straight into that. And there was only several of us that were doing it on YouTube at the time, but I didn't really do a lot of content behind it. I did a couple of, this is how you do it and all that sort of stuff, and that was about it. But I do diamond paint with me on the channel occasionally. They don't do that well because there's so many others out there, but I've sort of stopped watching a lot of all the because I used to watch a lot of diamond painting stuff. I just found it very zen. I could do cross stitch in the background, I could do diamond painting in the background, whatever. But I've just found lately a lot of them are very they're not doing as much, or they have become very I've got this, you need to buy this, right? And like in this current economic climate, it's not something that I want to see. I don't want to feel like not that I suffer from FOMO, but I do like to buy the crafty things. And if I'm being tempted all the time, I'm going to buy the crafty things. So I try not to. So I sort of limit the amount of diamond painting watching that I'm doing now. Officially, also, please put the scissors down, Gail. You might be tempted to cut paper. I literally found the world championships of puzzling on YouTube. Those insane people can finish a 500 piece in less than an hour, less than half an hour. Oh my God. I haven't even found the edges yet. No, I'm the same. Yeah, no, that's a step too far for me. Separate scissors for paper and fabric. I may be a little naughty, but I'm not a heathen. No, you're not a heathen. No, that I just like to be using those scissors. Derry says, I love it when I find my people. Gail, I have about 8 pairs of scissors, all sorts of different uses. Yep, I'm right there with you. Right there with you for sure. So yeah. All right, we're going to do a little bit of a break. So this is where I'm going to put the banner up. We'll be right back. I'm going to turn the cameras off. I'm going to go and grab myself something to eat because I'm a little bit peckish. I was going to have scrambled eggs before, but I didn't. So we're going to do a 10-minute break. Let me get the timer up, and I'm going to put a little bit of music on, and we're going to do 10 minutes so I know that. And then, yeah, I'm going to scoff some food. And I actually think I might make a chicken sandwich. I think that's what I'm going to make. A chicken sanger is what I'm going to make. And we will be right back. I'm not going to turn this camera off, but I am going to mute the mic. And I'm going to turn my face off. So that is this one over here. I've got to find the mouse now because I moved it. So I'm going to turn my lovely little face off, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. All right, we are back from our little break. I managed to have a sandwich and I didn't make another cuppa because I thought, I probably won't sleep tonight and I've got work again tomorrow. So let me just get that music on. All right, there we go. So yeah, that works really well. Having that little music, it's just like little elevator music, right? While we take that 10-minute break. I actually like this style of sprinting a little bit better where we're actually focusing on the crafts. I think it works better for my channel. But if you're looking for something that's, a little quieter and stuff like that, there are plenty of people that are listed down below that actually do sprints and all that sort of stuff. So, but I think for my channel, this is the way it's working better. So yeah, all right, let me get rid of that banner as well. Lots of things I've got to click on and all the things, right? So yeah, but it's looking good. We got the chimney done in the last crafting session. And yeah, so I'm really happy with how that's turned out. So the next thing that I'm going to work on is a crow. We're going to get an animal on this thing. So I've just got to find out what color it is that I'm working with. Tarragon, apparently. Okay. What does that look like? Because I've swapped stuff out. So I've just got to check what I've swapped out. Dove. That's straw. It's trail dust. Green. Oh, Garrison. Putty I have. Sage Patorp. Schnickerly. I think I've used curry for that. Tarragon. Do I have tarragon? All right, just bear with me for a second because I do have some gentle art stuff in here. So I've got gingerbread, trail dust, pine needles. Yeah, they're all ones. Raven is not here, so I think I may have done. There's blackboard, curry, red rocks, hazelnut, caper, taupe, oilcloth, and straw. Yeah, I must be doing raven. I like the color raven. I think that was really close to it. Let me just search tarragon in Weeks Dye Works. Right. Let's see what comes up. Weeks Dye Works. Tarragon. Oh, it's a green color. But in other pictures it looks dark. I don't like the green. That's not tarragon, that's teppan. Google, what are you doing? It's like a grey sort of color. I'm going to go with the. Crows are not. I'm going to go with the. Is that too dark? You think, or should I go with this color? Because this is. Where is it? Caper is similar, but that's a green. Like when I look at it in person, it's a green color. So what is 3051? Hang on, let me find the DMC. What's up here? 3021. So it must be down here. 3051. 3051. Oh, it is. It's a green. Yeah, it's a green. So I think I might use. But I like the raven. Do you think that black is too dark for two crows? Let me just have a look what else I've got in that color. Because the color that it's calling for is this one here, this greenish sort of color. I mean, I suppose, but I think I prefer the dark, to be honest. I'm just having a look what else it is. Because why would I put the raven up there? There doesn't seem to be anything else that has that except for the plants is that color. And I think the green makes sense in the plants, but it doesn't make sense for the crows, right? So, and that's green for the bird. Like, I don't know if you can see it or not, but it's a green color. Let me get the light on it. See, like it's a green color. And it's not grey. The camera's not doing it any justice. It is actually it is almost like a forest green, a light forest green. I think I'm going to go with this. It looks really dark because it's all together, but once I strand it, I think that will be okay. All right, so let me just put that back. 3, 5, 1. It's back on there. I'm going to do that. I'm just going to make the executive decision to make that the color. I'm not short of that. I could do it as a brown, but I think I'm just going to go with Raven. That's obviously what I've done, but I haven't written it down because why else would Raven be on my thing? It's not used anywhere else. And that color that I have this green here. I've used the what color was it that I used? I think it was possibly, oh, I do have tarragon. I thought I had tarragon because it's here. So yeah, that is the green. That's the color tarragon. I had it separate from everything else. That's the color tarragon. So it's got like shades of gray in it, but it is the same color as it down here. But it's not dark. It looks dark on the camera, but it's not actually dark. It's a real green. Like, I think that will look better. So, and this has got like shades of blue and stuff in it, and they're crows. So why would you not have? Why would you have a green crow? Like, I know that they have hues of green in their feathers and stuff, but they're more black, right? Yeah. Anyway, Gail says, we won't talk about how many pairs of scissors I actually own. I may need to start a self-help group or a collecting club. Says Derry. I love your sense of humor, Derry. So, yeah, Derry's from New Zealand, Gail, and I met Derry through a lovely bunch of ladies back when I got on BookTube. They were doing 24-hour sprints, and there was Lana, I think, from Lauren Lullabies, and there was Reading and Writing Life, I think it is. And there was a couple others as well. I can't remember now, but yeah, I first met them through their Discord. So yeah. All right. I've made the executive decision. I am doing Raven. I'm doing Raven colors, the Raven birds in Raven. Thread color. Makes sense, right? Tarragon does not make sense. It's green. It does not make sense. So this is a gentle sampler one. So that is the floss that I'm using. And I could have just pulled a piece out because this was already cut. Because I forgot it comes cut. So yeah, silly me. So yeah, let me just put that all back together again. And then I can put it on its little card, and then I can strand the floss while it's still on the card. So we have a loop, and we pull that through, and then I can get my needle wherever I put that. I cut them all. Where did I put it? Oh no, I've lost it. What did I do with it? Okay, I had a thread here somewhere. I put my needle somewhere. I don't know where I put it. It's not hiding up there. Got my pin. Oh, here it is. All right, let me pop that into my little bird's nest that I've got going on there for me scrap. So yeah. Did I turn the music off? I'm pretty sure I did. Let me just go to the media assets. Yes, I did. Back to comments. All right. So I just get my needle and I can pull the single threads out if I could see them. I can get my magnifiers on. And this, it's a little tricky to get it started, but once you get it started, it's it all starts happening for you. There we go. Yeah, Raven it is. I just think it makes sense. I'm back, says just a Kiwi, but I'm going to have you on in the background. I'm going to go and shower and make a cuppa and still listening to Wonder. Nicely done. All right, we are going to do another session. We're going to do a 50-minute session, and then we're going to wrap up after that. So, yeah. All right, let us start the timer, and we're going to get going. And, yeah, I'm still going to be talking and stuff like that. But, yeah. It does make sense to have, like, this has got a green hue to it anyway. Like, it is like a raven's feather. So I'm pretty happy with it. I think it's going to look good. I don't think it'll be too dark. Probably will, and I'll rip it out, but who cares, right? Be all right if I didn't get this little knot in the end of it. I just think it'll look weird maybe in the green. I mean, it will go with it all, but I just think that ravens should be black, right? And then this section here actually has some dark grey in it. So, yeah. And then that leaves the green in the flowers, so the stems and all that sort of stuff that you can see here just off the camera, off to the side there. So, yeah, that's what we're going to go with. All right, I've made the decision. That's it. Tell me if you love it or hate it. I'm open to it, but I just think it's weird to have green ravens. Like, it just, yeah. And they're blackbirds, so it's blackbird designs too, so it's just weird. Oh, having a moment with the threading. That's funny. All right. Okay, where we're at. All right, let's get it. Well, we're going to do a waist knot. But you guys, it looks really dark on the screen, like when you put it up on the screen, but it's not that dark. Like there's shades of green and stuff in it, so we should be right. I think we will be. I choose to believe we're going to be. Can't see the computer for looking with those magnifiers. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be that dark. No to green ravens, black all the way. Yeah, I agree. Totally agree. That because that grey is quite dark. Like, it's not super dark, but it is dark. And then there's some of that grey over here, so it's not going to look out of place or odd on that. So I just think having a green, like, no. I know that you're a designer and all that sort of stuff, but no, ma'am, no. Sorry, I'm going to veto. Yeah. And at the end of the day, patterns aren't an absolute. They are a guideline on that. Honestly, I swap out colors all the time. I redesign things that I don't think look right, like I'm going to do with the N and that, because it's just not centering and it's driving me mental. And could you imagine if I put it just left it like that, and that's not through a mistake of mine. It just doesn't center that letter, so I have to just make it a little bit chubbier, like stretch it out a little bit, and then it'll work a lot better then. Oh, look at that! I can actually see no greasy thumbprint on them. So yeah, so like I do it all the time. There's also another piece that I'm working, which is a Christmas piece that is a Plum Street Sandflower, and it didn't really come with, like, it was done in like two-tone, two different colors, and it's nice, but I wanted to add a little bit more color to it. So instead of the that it had doves in it, and so instead of the doves being a reddish rusty color, I ended up doing them like a gray. So I've got a palette of colors that I'm using that is nothing like what the original design is like, but I think it's going to add a little dimension to it. It's 12 Days of Christmas. It's a free pattern on Plum Street Samplers website, and I personally think it's going to look a little bit better on that, because that's what I like. I like the look of it and the color palette that I've picked, because I think that's a good, and I think it's a nice habit to get into, to not be afraid to change colors up and whatnot. Like, yes, sometimes you might change it and it looks absolutely, you don't like it or whatever, you think it looks absolutely crappy or whatever the case may be. But if you don't try, you don't know, right? So yeah, I do it all the time. It's the same as that piece I was talking about where I made the colossal mistake on it. I could have very well frogged it all out and started again. And I'm like, well, I've put a lot of time and effort into this. I'm just going to keep going. And because I have a crafty background and whatnot, I can go, well, hey, I can do, like, I'm not just a cross stitcher. I do other things as well. And I go, well, to solve this problem, I can put black interfacing on the back. That's going to stop the holes issue and all that sort of stuff. And then put it on black backing board. And then that way it can be framed, and you're not going to see, the mistake. Well, there's still the mistake, but it's not going to be as prominent. People are going to think, oh, you purposely did it that way. So yeah, you'll laugh when you see it, because it's bloody hilarious. Like, I still laugh every time I look at it. I just have a little bit of a chuckle to myself, because it's funny. It's funny as. It's just, like, when I forget what her name, Kathy someone, what's her last name? I can't think of what her last name is, but from Hands On Design, when she reached out to me, I cracked up laughing. Like, I don't think I've ever laughed so hard over a mistake that I've made in cross stitching or any other craft ever in my life, and it was hilarious. Like, when I looked at it, I'm like, that, like, because I thought it was big. Like, when I was doing it, I'm like, gee, this is bigger than what it looks like on the screen. I'm like, it's so odd. But you know what? Fat Quarter Shop never reached out, and I shared it in their group. They didn't reach out and go, hey, you've made a mistake or anything like that. They just let me keep going on that. So and it was from the feedback that I got from them that I made that mistake, being new to it all. I didn't know that I was making a mistake. I didn't know how to do it. I couldn't find that information on how to do it and all that sort of stuff. And believe me, I didn't know how to start things. That's why there's a video on this channel on how to start and finish without flipping your work. Because I couldn't find, at that time, I couldn't find that information. And it was a little bit frustrating, because the fact that, like, that was a lot of extra floss that I would have had left over, and I've now have to use all of that and possibly even get some more because they didn't give me the correct information. And I thought it might have been me at first, and I went back and I looked at the email, and no, I asked them specifically. I had Ada. When I stitch on Ada, I just go up to the next hole, or do I skip it? Because I couldn't find any information on how to stitch on Ada and or even weave or linen. And so, yeah, the person obviously didn't really read. And this is going back years. And I don't actually care. And I'm not saying that fat quarter shops are bad, shop, naughty fat quarter shop or whatever. It's just it was a situation that was just a total miscommunication on both parts. Even though I did explain myself, it just happened to end up being a miscommunication. And I'm not angry about it. So, yeah. We've had some comments come in. No to the green ravens, black all the way. Yeah, I agree. Ravens should absolutely be black, maybe with a random deep blue stitch here and there. Not big enough to do that. This has actually got some blue through it. It's like when you look at a raven's wings, it's got that iridescent blue and green in it. This actually is mimicking that as well. So there is like hints of blue and green in it. So I don't need to put any additional colors into it, which is really good. So that's but very good idea there, Derry. I agree with that. That if I was doing a bigger one, I'd probably do some blending where you got the two threads, so you get that blending happening. I've not done a lot of that, but it does look very impressive when you get it done. Hey Jean, welcome on in. Thanks for being here. Got another knot in my ball for my blanket. I've been lurking, lurking, and thought I had said hello, but I did not. I don't think I did. No, you didn't. I didn't even know you were here, but welcome on in. Thank you. It's Kathy Haberman. I knew it was Kathy, but I wasn't 100% sure on that. She was lovely about it. Like she goes, look, it doesn't matter on that. She goes, it looks fantastic, but it doesn't matter. Just don't want you to run out of fabric. You might get to the bottom and not have enough fabric, because she did the series. It was called the chalkboard series, I think, is what it was called. So yeah. Oh, I'm that. I changed colors in stuff too, blowing my own mind home. Oh, making it your own. I'm becoming amazing at sticker surgery. When I only want part of a sticker, I need to adjust the size of the sticker. Nice. Kathy Haberman, thank you so much. At 51% of Dollface. Nice. And I started Daggermouth for Paula and Chantel's book club. Nice. A lot of people are reading Daggermouth. It's awesome. I have no idea what it is. I know it's a book. That's all I know. I have no idea what it's about. Oh, I just got myself caught up in my thread. Oh, there it goes. Did I lose a needle? No, I did not. All right, let me just mark these off so I know where I'm at. Going to go left-handed in a really wonky line. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry, girl. Did it again. Yeah, so I don't need to really do any blending with this one because it's an overdye thread and they've got different colors in it. It is actually a really nice color. Like, I like it better than black. But it's when you've got a lot of black in something, it's just a tad bit expensive. So yeah, we don't do that. What do we got? 1, 2. It doesn't look too bad. Like, it doesn't look too bad on there at all. So I'm glad I decided to do that. Because then, like, so the bird stands out a little bit too. Like, they're on the damn chimney, for crying out loud. You want them to stand out, right? You know what else I could do, Gail? I could probably put all of my whips onto a wheel and just spin it up. Like, I work on this on Thursdays and then just spin the wheel and see what comes up and just put some stitches into it. Could do that, right? I swear I need my old glasses. I'm only on chapter 3, so I don't. Jean says I don't know what Daggermouth is about yet. Dystopian is all I know. Yeah, I did hear it was dystopian. It's not my favorite thing to read, so I probably won't read it. But I can't wait to hear what you guys are saying about it. Being a little bit more discerning with my reading at the moment, and just trying to really concentrate on things that I already have. 1, 2, 3, 4, last one, 5. just so I can, whittle away at that neck alley shelf. It would be absolutely fantastic. What happened then? Oh, it's all right. It's just a thread. I'm like, damn. Like, that's not even a thread. That's a piece of cotton from the sewing machine. Don't forget to have a drink. I did not drink much yesterday, and I paid for it this morning. I woke up with a bit of a headache. I was not impressed, and I knew exactly what it was. I'm like, yes, you did not drink yesterday. I'm terrible for not drinking a lot in winter. It's probably the worst time that you could be like that too, especially here in Queensland. You just get so dehydrated. But, I never said I was a smart person. But I'm liking how this is coming together. It's actually surprisingly quite quick to stitch on. Like, considering I've been yapping most of the day, it is quite interesting how quick it is actually going, because and then, if I put a little bit of extra time into it and that, which I'm actually thinking I might do that, start doing a little bit each morning, even if it's only 30 minutes, right? It's still going to make a big difference. Hopefully we'll get both of the little birdies done today as well. And there is the tail. I'm quite surprised that the mortar in the brick, it actually, like on the camera, you can't really see it. I don't know what it's like on a big screen, but you can't really see it on the computer. But in person, it's such a nice color that's gone into it. And that's in all of the house. So that's all the gaps in the house, which is I'm actually really happy about. All right. The Garbo is late today. It's almost 1 o'clock, isn't it? It's not getting close to 1 o'clock. Last night I woke up at bloody 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, are you for real? Like, the insomnia fairy came and paid me a visit. I'm like, no, I've got to be up and crafting like any other day. But anyway, I managed to get back to sleep for a couple of hours, which was good on that. So yeah. And we've had, some camera issues and stuff today, which we seem to have sorted out, which is absolutely fantastic. So it's been a good day. We've got some stitches in, and you've all been here keeping me company and keeping me accountable, which I love that. Because, I might put, 20 minutes in and then just walk away. Whereas now I've actually stayed here for quite some time on that. So yeah, I'm pretty chuffed about that, actually. And like these sort of spot motifs go really quick too. Like the house is probably going to take the longest. The house and the border, because you're constantly counting with the border, so you don't bugger it up. So yeah. What's going on here? So yeah, once I finish doing all this section or here, I'm going to move up to here because I've got the numbers to do and some of the alphabet to do. So I'll finish all that off on page 2 because I've done page 1 of the alphabet. And this is on page 1 as well. And down to, where is it? From about all of that there is on page 1. But I'm actually just going to do the house because it's easier that way. I mean, I probably could just do it this way and be done with it. But yeah, I wanted to map out where it was actually going as well. And I've got a couple more of these borders to do as well on page 2. But I'll get all of these little motifs done, and I'll get the flower heads done. So the flower heads are done for page 1. So this is all page 2. So pretty much from here across this way is page 2. So I'm almost done with page 1. So you can see there. So it'll be good once I get this sort of section done and all that sort of stuff. So, but I will end up starting to, because I'm up the top here at the moment, and that's sort of where I'm working. So after we do sprints today, the next session will be to stitch the flowers, the flower heads, which take a little bit of time, believe it or not, because I don't want jump threads on the back. So I've actually got to do each individual one. So I've got to have all those threads on the go. And then basically I will be able to just do pin stitch to stop and to do a waist knot to start, and then a pin stitch to finish, and then I can snip it and then go on to another one, because there's too much of a gap to do a jump stitch across, and you possibly could see it. So am I perfect with jump stitches and all that sort of stuff? No, I do get a few, but I try not to go any more than 6 little holes. But for the most part, I use these waist knots, and then I bury the thread. So right now there is a thread running down to here, and it's buried. It's slowly getting buried, so you won't actually see it. And then when I finish this little guy, I'll do a pin stitch to finish, and I won't even have to flip my work, which will be good. One more out. All right, I'm going to cross these off as I go, so I don't mess up me poor bird, and he ends up looking like he's been roadkill or something, because that's never good. So we've got to 4 this way. And I'm doing one cross at a time, depending on the floss. Now this floss here, in the past when I've just done one leg at a time and then come back, it's sort of got a little bit murky. So with Raven, I tend to do one cross at a time, and it keeps the color consistent then, and you get that nice variegation in it as well. All right. Got to keep swapping my glasses every time a comment comes up. Oh, you're only at chapter 3. I thought a new one had come up. I didn't click on it, obviously. All right, I have now. It's good that it like it's bold when I haven't clicked on the comment, so it makes it a lot easier. Yeah, so Christina is still lurking, watching a Virgin River with my son while I figure out the damn craft area. I am so lost on it though. Might have to finish it tomorrow. Yeah, might be a good idea to finish it tomorrow. On that, if you can't work it out, I would just step away from it for sure. On that, so yeah. Excuse me. All right, 1, 2, 3. Should have a little bird, no time at all. My thread would get out of the way. Thank you. I haven't watched Virgin River for ages. I think I got up to season 3. I can't remember what I got up to now. Yeah, I think I got up to season 3. The room is such a mess that even looking at it makes me exhausted. Yeah, that can happen. I feel your pain on that one. That it's always the way, isn't it? And my brain is shutting down. Yeah, then it's time to step away. That you need to step away from it for sure. Some serious counting going on with this little bird. I've done birds in the past where I'm just like, do they look like roadkill? So yeah. Got a little bit of washing to do this afternoon. I've got to hang that out. It's actually just about finished. I can feel it vibrating the floor. The joys of living in a house that's off the ground. So yeah, so it feels like it's on its last spin. And so I've got to hang that out once we're finished. And what else have I got to do? I've got to do a little bit of editing. But I can always, if I don't get that done, it's not a big deal. I've got a couple of thumbnails to do as well. So basically I've just got a bit of computer work after this today. And then I am heading over to Brendan's for dinner. And I don't know what culinary delight he's going to do up for me today, but I'm looking forward to it, that's for sure. It's actually been quite nice not having to think about dinner. And, you know, cook it and all that sort of stuff. I help with the dishes and stuff when I'm over there. He doesn't do everything. But I'm really liking the fact that he's enjoying cooking and he's enjoying coming up with new things and stuff as well. And he's eating a lot healthier as well because of it, which is fantastic. How many am I going to do here? 3. Okay, yep. All right. So yeah, it's really good. He makes these zucchinis, like they're just cut in half, and then he scores them. So he does like a crosshatch on them. And then he puts all these seasonings and stuff on them, and then he char grills them in the frying pan. But he gets the frying pan up to temperature and then grills them. So they've still got a little bit of crunch when they're ready, and they're just warmed all the way through. But the spices and all the herbs that he's using, and he puts a little bit of duck fat on them as well. Not a lot, like just gets a spatula and just puts like a little wiping of it, just so it doesn't stick. Right, that's that one. My bird is taking shape. Let's hope it doesn't end up roadkill because that's the thing. Sorry, I couldn't even get the needle to come into the hole. Hit the fabric that many times. All right. So now my little thread, after I do this one, will actually be all covered. So then I can get that little knot and I can get rid of it. There we go. All buried. Right. What do we got? 2, and then we have, okay. So I'm just counting and making sure that I'm getting this in the right spot because, oh yeah, I don't want to unpick it. But looks like we're in the right spot. We've got the little, so this is a different color. This is like this brown, greenish color that's going to go in there. So it is actually going to have a little bit of green in there, dairy. So I'll be having a late night tonight, that's for sure. I mean, I did get to go back to sleep, but you know what it's like when you get broken sleep. It's just like, ugh. The day does get a little bit long. All right, just let me cross that off so I know I'm in the right spot. They're so cute, these little blackbirds. Yeah, so as I was saying, like just getting back to sleep, having the broken sleep is not always great, but at least I got to go back to sleep, which was good. I was up to season 3, but wanted to watch it, so we started over. So I wanted to watch it, so we started over. Yeah, it's good. Like it's a good thing to restart. Like I think it's a great little thing. Plus the delight is more not having to choose or plan a meal. Yes. Stop making me hungry. That sounds too flaming yummy. It is really nice. And he doesn't eat a lot of vegetables and stuff like that. And he said the other day, he goes, did you ever think that you're going to see me sitting here eating zucchini? I'm like, no. The first time you put it in your mouth, you could have knocked me over with a feather. But I have to admit, the zucchini, the way he does it, it's really nice. I have zucchini all different sorts of ways, but the way he does it is like, yum. So yeah. Adding just a touch of a dark color to what makes the colors read more true. Yes, they are reading more true. I have to agree with that for sure. And yeah, a 3 a.m.-ish wake up is a nightmare. I know. I had some people to keep me company. And then Paula is like, and Christina, like, doing spells to get me to go back to sleep and told me to get off the internet. The bird looks like what is it? A pterodactyl about to take off with that chimney. I know, right? They do them so big. That's so weird. Like sometimes the birds are bigger than the house. there's a I think is there one on the other side? I'm just trying to think if there's one on the other side. Let me have a look. Yeah, there's birds on the other side that are almost as big as the bloody house. Anyway. The joys. The joys of stitching and the shit we say and do. It is pretty big. But I'm liking the dark color. I think it looks good. I think it's making, as Derry said, it's making everything else pop. Ugh, what happened then? My thread just broke. What the heck? Yep, my thread just broke. Well, that's rude. Oh. Yeah, sit that. I've just set that thread underneath them because it broke, like, and I can't stitch with it. So I'm just going to set that thread underneath, like I've hooked it up underneath the magnet, and then I will stitch over the top of it with the remainder, and then I'll just, I think that'll bury it, and then I'll trim it from the back rather than the front. I don't know why that did that then. But yeah, sometimes I have had that happen in the past with this particular brand of thread too. I think it just, yeah, sometimes it's just, you might get a dodgy batch, but yeah, hopefully it won't do it again. But it did have that piece that I pulled out, did have like a little fluffy bit in it. So that's probably just why it broke. You know, when you run your fingers down the thread, and it's just got that little, like you feel that little bulge in it, the like little fluffy bit. Okay, let's give ourselves a little waist thread knot there. Perspective sizing is so often completely insane on stick patterns, I know, right? Having said that, the ravens are huge. They make blackbirds look like chicks. They do. Yeah, I figured you're saying patterns. So yeah. I know, right? It's so like anyway. I need to have a pair that is on a chain and my reading glasses up here, so I could just, instead of having to take them off. So I'm going to get a chain in the next couple of days, I think, because I need them to read the computer. But I can't read the computer with my magnifiers. The dilemma of failing eyesight as you get older. All the way. Oh, excuse me. I like having these little sessions where I get stitches in. It just breaks up my work week too, which is good. It's 3, yeah. Yeah, because a lot of time I'm doing stuff for other people, and it's nice to get stuff done for myself every now and again. Sorry, I keep looking at the pattern because I do not want my bird to look like roadkill. It's already big enough. Ouch. Got myself with a needle. Get rid of that. I think the 2 cameras have worked well today, apart from our little hiccup at the beginning. What do you reckon? I think that's, yeah, and the chatting, and then just the shorter breaks. I've got up, gone for a bit of a stretch and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, I think that's worked really well today. And I probably think that that's the format I'm going to go. Obviously, if I've got a cold or something like that, I won't do it in that format because no one needs to hear that carry on. Me coughing and spluttering, an old lady voice. All right. Sip of my coffee, my very cold iced coffee now. I hear you taking mine off and putting them back on again 100 times a day weakens the hinges. Yeah, it does. I've had them repaired twice. I like being able to see you as we and Nata instead of yeah. That's, I think a lot of people prefer that as well. So I had to look. I've got both my computers out here, and this little one that's in front of me that I'm on, the face one, wasn't coping with the cross stitch, so we had to swap it over because I had that computer in front of me for this camera, this above camera. But lesson learned, it's perfect for me to have the camera because it's movable. The camera that's here that I'm looking at now, that's quite movable, so it's easy for me to just sit it on the computer, run everything off the big computer, and just have that running through that. So I've got the two and no echo as well. So so yeah, it's a lot better setup today. And I like the fact that we're chatting through instead of having an hour of quiet time and only a little bit of talking. I'm liking the fact that we're getting to chat while we're crafting, because it's more reminiscent of a crafting morning than it is, or now afternoon, than, you know, being quiet for an hour. I think it feels a little bit more interactive as well. And then just having those quiet moments. And I was supposed to do a stitch for that. I'm going to just flip my work. I don't normally do this, but it's black. And I'm just going to thread that through. All right. Okay, I can get rid of that other one now too because it's buried. One that broke. Right, that's gone. Where's my thread? There it is. Put that over there. All right, we have a little birdie. We have a little birdie. And I brought my big magnifier out too, lamp. It's not as bright. Like the other one's a bit brighter, but it actually makes my eyes hurt after a while because of looking at the brightness of the light, because it's right in my, like, reflecting up in my face. So yeah. All right. We have done a bird and a chimney. It's all done. I've got to come back and do some colours in it. This one's not as big. What colour is that? Gold. Yeah, see, I changed this colour too. I've changed this to a curry. This was like a goldy colour, but I didn't like the gold colour, so I changed it to a curry, which was just a tad, still muted, but a little bit brighter. So right now, this is where I'm at. So I'm figuring that I get these done. I'll get the motif, that, and the two done before, and this little thing here before I come back next week. So I can work on those. I'm probably going to get the bird done now, though. We'll give it a red hot bash. Oh, that's all you can do, right? Red hot bash. I like the dark colour. It does suit it, right? It has made everything else really pop, I think, as well. Right. Haven't got a lot of progress done today, but we did finish off the roof. We've got the birds done. We've got the chimney finished, both of them, because this wasn't there, so I stitched that down and then put the mortar in. So that's all done. And I think I might get out my whip drawers, get all my whips together, and then be brutal and get rid of a whole heap of stuff with the help of Gail, obviously, because, you know, my indecisive self. Yep, that's not right. Just looking at that, thinking that something not right there. Put that in the wrong spot. I did. Right, that's better. Right. Okay, almost made my bird roadkill, but we fixed it before it got out of control. Just running through my head all the things I've got to do this afternoon. I don't know whether I finish at 5, so I don't know whether I have enough time to get it all done, but I'll give it a red hot bash and see if I can't get, because it'll just make my day easier tomorrow, although I do have a 12-hour shift tomorrow, so I do have a lot of time to get stuff done. One thing that I do have to do this afternoon, or if not first thing in the morning, is film my stitch with me. So I need to do that because last week I was really tired and I wasn't feeling the best, and I didn't do it on the Friday because I forgot about it because I wasn't feeling the best, and then I scrambled to do it, and what normally would only take a couple of hours to do on a Saturday morning, and I got up at 6 o'clock to do it, ended up taking me, I think it was about 12:30 before it went up. And it was just like, this is painful. And then all this other stuff was happening in the house at the same time. Savannah was here pulling stuff apart and setting things up and clearing out rooms and all that sort of stuff. So it was just absolutely chaos and bedlam here. And and so it did not go smoothly at all last Saturday as far as videos go and stuff. So I'm hoping that, well, I know I will be filming it either this afternoon or tomorrow, and I will get it edited and up and ready to go. So because that is not something I want to experience again. Got a really itchy ear today. It's driving me absolutely bloody mental because having the earbuds in all the time. And it's it's healing because I put some stuff in it, but now it's itchy and I'm trying not to scratch it. And yeah, but anyway, I keep doing it. Yeah, you know how it is, right? I'm glad I decided to put this in the Q-snap because it's just so much easier. I've got my extension bars, so it just sits on top, which is absolutely fantastic. It makes my life so much easier. Do you miss creating your magazines? Yeah, I do. I miss working with the designers and stuff like that. But if it's not selling, it's not selling, and it's just costing you money, then you need to move on and whatnot. So we did it for a few years. It was great. I proved that I could do it. To myself, not to anybody else, but and it was good. Like there was good patterns in there. There was a lot of excitement about it and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, just in the end, it just a lot of people were getting a lot of other free stuff and didn't want to pay for a magazine, I guess. And so that's where we ended up. But it was a good experience. Like if I wanted to do it again, I can easily pick it up and just keep going with it. But yeah, it's yeah, I do miss it though, for sure. For sure. It was a lot of work too. Like and chasing people up and all that sort of stuff it takes a lot of time and effort. So you've got to be, happy with the people that you're working with as well. It was good. It got a couple of people a start in their cross-stitch designing, myself being one of them. I haven't done any designs for a while, but I have been thinking about it a bit. Like getting back and doing some, lost my pencil again. I swear I spend more time looking for this pencil than anything else. Cool. Put it up where it should be. All right. 3. The alarm's gone off, but I'll actually finish this bird before we sign off. So yeah, and then that way they're done. Yeah, it was a hard decision too. Like, luckily the accountant's like, it's not making money. It's time to cut it loose. That because he didn't have that attachment to it. Otherwise, I could have kept going and doing something that just wasn't working anymore, and whatnot. So yeah, because by the time we weighed up all the costs of everything, like, the running costs and the fees that you've got to pay for different things and all of that sort of stuff, it was hard. Most months that we put it out, once it started to slow down, we broke even. There were many months there that we didn't even break even. We actually, cost us not a lot, but it did cost us a little bit on that. So, as I say, it's better off that you cut your losses while you're ahead, and that's exactly what I did. That much to my disgruntlement, but it's just something that had to be done, right? It's a part of owning a business. You got to make those tough decisions sometimes, even though you don't want to make them. You still have to make them, right? It wasn't, it made it easier because the accountant was there going, no, I don't think so. We need to get rid of that. It's not making money. You need to do this. You need to move this, and you need to stop doing this. And there was a few other things that came to light during that time. So yeah, it was it's quite interesting. Arnie the Acorn made his debut in the magazine. I know, right? It's smart to be financially prudent. It definitely is, because it can end up costing you money, and cost you a lot of time and money and heartache. And, you don't want to do that, especially when you've got a lot riding on it. You want to be able to either pivot and do something else, or, have a plan B or something along those lines. So, for me, it was an additional thing in my business. So it was just one little section, even though it was quite large. It was one little section of my business that had room to move, like, that's it. We don't do this anymore. That's it. We're done on that. I mean, it was sad. Like, I was not happy. And Arnie the Acorn was cute. He was so cute. Loved Arnie. Still haven't stitched Arnie yet, but I will one day. I just got to get some of these done first. Story of my life, right? Got to do this first. But, like, there's been many things that I have done over the years that helped me to keep moving on. Like, I could have kept going with the magazine if I wanted to, but it just meant that my bottom line would have been pretty bad, because it would have started affecting other parts of the business. And so, yeah, so it was just easier to go, you know what? it's not doing as well as it should be. You know, we still went for a couple of months after the initial conversation. But then it was like, yeah, we need to seriously look at this now. It's sort of the same thing that's happening with other stuff that we've got going on, you know, like you have to be mindful of what's going on. You've got to check what's going on and all that sort of stuff, because you know, you could have a section of your business propping up the section that you think is profitable, when in actual fact that section's not profitable. It's the other section that is, and that's the section you should be focusing on, especially in my business, because it's a multifaceted thing, and Brendan's business is the same. It's not, there's a pie, but there's lots of different things in that pie. So all within the same industry, but it's a point that all of these things bring in a substantial whatever, like your income or whatever, but if one starts failing, it's going to start to affect the others. So you're better off cutting that loose. Well, that's how we operate anyway, cutting something loose and focusing more on the stuff that is bringing in the money. Does that make sense? And being self-employed, you've got to be very aware of that when you've got no other income coming in and you've got mortgages and bills and all that sort of stuff. So you have to be really aware of that scenario. And luckily for us, we do have an accountant that stays on top of that, and he'll ask us questions like, you were down this much, why? And we'll go, because he's good at organizing the stuff, we're good at doing the stuff. So, you know, I'd rather pay him to be keeping an eye on that, so we can just continue doing the stuff, right? And so, yeah, so when he says something, we listen. And because we do not claim to know everything, we never have done, never will do. And I would rather pay someone that is skilled in that area, and then actually, you know, wing it and possibly lose, you know, the roof over our head. Not happening. So yeah. So, and that was the case with mine. We looked at all the facets of my business and what was making money, and we do that every year. And what's making money and what isn't, and what we're, you know, technically I could probably put my business as a hobby these days, because and not have an accountant or worry about all that. But you know, there's always that chance that it could take off again, you know, like the pandemic really did kill. Like I was busy, crazy busy through the pandemic. But a lot of people either stopped, sorry, my light almost fell, stopped quilting or bought quilting machines. Yeah, some people just, yeah, they just started doing stuff themselves. They started doing different crafts and all that sort of stuff. So I've got a clientele base that I still do quilting for. It's just not every day now on that. So, and I don't have overheads either, so it's quite easy for me to have that little pause and that. But if something is like being produced, because that's a service, right? And services, you're not actually producing anything. You're actually providing a service for someone. So the service side of my thing can sit a little bit dormant at times. And I'm also competing now. Like a lot of people got long arm machines and stuff during the pandemic, or mid arm machines, like a smaller quilting machine, or they're using their embroidery machines to quilt and stuff like that. So that sort of, I'm not providing that service as much as I need to now. And so, but with a service like that, you can have it sit a little bit dormant, you know, like have your quiet moments, because it's not actually costing you anything except your time, right? So if I'm doing a quilt, I'm not sitting there idle. I'm doing a quilt. I'm going to get paid for that service. It's not cost me anything to produce that, because the client is paying for all the supplies for it, right? So I don't need to worry about that. But it's something like the magazine, I'm producing that. So I've got to pay designers to get designs into the magazine. I've got to pay, you know, an editor. I've got to pay or I've got to pay for software that'll help me do editing and stuff like that. There's, software expenses for photo placement, all that sort of stuff. There's, like I was using InDesign. So there's a subscription for that. So all of that adds up at the end of the day. And if that's not adding up, as they say, then it's not adding up. It's got to go. Because then it starts costing you money in the areas such as the service. Like I also provide a service of quilt making and all that sort of stuff. So they pay for all of the supplies and everything like that. I just sew it together for them. So that's a service that I provide. I also supply, I also have a service where I make cross stitch bags and all that sort of stuff. The people are paying for all the products. So it doesn't, even if I stop doing that tomorrow, it's not going to cost me anything from that point on. Whereas the magazine would, because there's ongoing fees, website, hosting fees and domain names and all that sort of stuff, all come into play. And that's why the magazine was the one to go, because it was a product that I was producing. It's not a service that I'm providing. So yeah. Does that make sense? I'm sure it does. I might not have explained it very well, but that's sort of the gist of it. So I like to, I didn't mind having a product to sell personally. I prefer the service side of things because, as I said, if, it's no different than any other employment. If you are sick, self-employment, if you're sick, you're not getting paid, right? But I also like the fact that if I'm not feeling the best, I can take a day or 2 days and it's not going to cost me money, because I can ring the client and go, hey, look, I'm not feeling the best. I can't get your quilt done today, but I can get it done in 2 days. And, most of the time my clients were pretty good about that. So, yeah, but the magazine, it had to go. And it might be not how other people do their business and all that sort of stuff, but it's how we do ours, and it works for us, and it's worked for us for a very long time. So as I say, don't try and fix something that ain't broke, right? Just monitor it and make sure that the bits that do get broken, you can shed them off and pivot and all that sort of stuff. My husband gets it all the time because he's been collecting cars out the wahoo for many, many years. And people always say to him, what do you need all those cars for? Well, we've just got to a point where we need all those cars now. And that because he's pivoting in his business, because, again, he provides a service, but that service has a pretty hefty price tag on it to actually maintain that service. So he's got to have fuel, right? And he can't, if he drives around and doesn't do any tows and all the rest of it, then he hasn't made any money. He's actually gone backwards, because you've got the wear and tear on the truck, you've got the fuel on the truck, you've got the rego on the truck, and then him in the truck as well, away from other things that he can do. So right now we are in a pivot moment right now. And so that doesn't mean that the towing is going to stop. It just means that we have to pivot and focus on other things. And that's where my attention has gone in the last couple of days too, because last couple of weeks, because I've been helping him to do that pivot and whatnot. And it'll be good once we pivot and we got it all sorted. It's going to be awesome. It'll be good for him too. And to be honest, it's the first time I've seen him in a very long time that he's been relaxed. And so, yeah. See, we start speaking about the devil and the devil will appear. Hello, Brendan. How are you? Your video is ready for some Nicole Magic. It come up good. Awesome. Thank you, hon. I appreciate that. Thank you. I know the editing is not your forte, so I really do appreciate that you did that. Thank you so much. And it's smart to be financially prudent. Yeah, it makes perfect sense. Yeah, it does. That. So Brennan and I both work similar in our businesses, where we've got it's a multifaceted business, so we can pivot if we need to. And as I said, we're in the process of doing that at the moment with Brendan's business. And, mine's also going to pivot a bit too. When I move from here, I'm actually going to be in a position where I will have highway frontage. So it'll make a little bit more easy to get new clientele and stuff like that. I'll probably open my books up again and whatnot. But yeah, anyway, we have got to the end of the sprints. Well, the crafting session, it wasn't really sprints. We did, have some timer going and some breaks and all that sort of stuff, which is good. And yeah, but we did all right today. I got all of I got the roof finished. We filled in one chimney completely and got the 2 birds and did the mortar in that. Just looking at that now, I can see that it is a little bit better. There must be a thumbprint on my camera because it's looking a little bit, I must have bumped it. Let me just wipe that, make that a little bit clearer for everybody. Oh, look at that. That's a bit better. I must have bumped it when I got my sandwich and it was just making it a little bit smoky. So I've got to practice. This is all filled with Smyrna crosses. So I want to practice my Smyrna crosses before I get into that. So I think that I will just set up a little hoop and just practice my Smyrna crosses over the next week or so. But the next lot of stuff I'm going to do, there's a little motif in here. Where's the picture? Let me just bring it up. I made the right decision changing those birds to the black. I don't think the green was, like, it doesn't even look green on the picture. They actually look like they're grey. But yeah, anyway. So let me get where's the other one? It's a bit bigger. There we go. That's a bit bigger. There we go. So I'm going to, before I come back next Thursday rather, I'm going to get this motif done, the 2 done, because I'm not going to put the number in there until I know where it's what year I'm going to finish it in. Because like I'm going to try and Chrissy was here earlier and was saying that we should set a goal to try and get it finished by September, because we started it, I think it was the first week of October 2022, maybe 2023. I can't remember. I'll have to go back and look. But I won't do the last number on that. I'll just do the 2. And I won't do the last number. So if I finish it this year, then a 6 will go in there. If I finish it next year, then it'll be a 7. But I'll get that all done. And then there's some flower heads that I need to do. So I'm going to do those as well. And just get up to the edge of the house. I do have room to do some of these little motifs as well. But I think I'm just going to focus on the house next week and just do all the bricks. Because I've got that flosses come in now. So I can definitely do that. And then it'll be move the and I think I may have to put a little extra I'm not too sure, but I think I may have to put a little extra fabric on this just so it's a little bit easier to stitch the alphabet. I believe I'm up to the N. So I've got all of that to go, and I've got the numbers to go and the crown. So I want to get all that finished and finish the border across the top too, which would probably help if I show it to you, right? So yeah, that's sort of where I want to go with that. So hopefully I can get these done. And yeah, and then once I've got all the house done, which is a fair way down, which is to the bottom of the second window, that's a fair amount. If I can get all that done and the stuff over here, then I've just got to move it down, and then we can go and get this bottom part done, which is pretty much, the center section again. But the border goes pretty quickly. These borders always go really quickly. So yeah, so I will endeavor to get these between times. So I'll end up having it set up like this again for next week. But then after the next week's session, I'll take it out of the Q-snap and move it up so I can finish off this, and then endeavor to do that during the week between, and then and get this, and then start doing all the things that we've got over here, which are these things here. And they don't take that, we can probably get 1 or 2 done each session. So I reckon that I've come pretty darn close doing that and having it finished by September. What do you reckon? Is it too much of a challenge, you reckon? Or do you reckon I can do it? I reckon I can give it a red hot go. Jessica Kiwi is on in a few hours, in about 30 minutes. Sorry, not a few hours. It's night time for her afternoon sprints and whatnot. So make sure that you go and check out Jessica Kiwi, doing some crafty stuff as well. Working on tomorrow's pages for the Bibble and updating the sprint train. Nice. Thank you so much, Christina, for all your help with that. Greatly appreciate it. Thanks for hosting today. No worries. Did you like the format? What did you think of the format? on that. Did you want me to shut up? Let me know in the comments. If you're watching the replay too, do you prefer the did you prefer this way of doing it where I'm just up in the corner, you can see what I'm working on, but we're chit-chatting about different things? Let me know in the comments. And if you're watching the replay, please let me know what you think. I like the little bit of music with the break. If I do get flagged for that music, I can go and mute that music out, which is not a bad thing. So that's neither here nor there. But at the time while we're doing the sprints, it works perfectly. A little bit of elevator music while we have our 10-minute break. I think it worked well. I just have to remember to I just have to remember to drink more water, right? So yeah. The raven on the right looked like he's been to the groomers. This one here, yeah, he's only small. I don't know why he's so small, and his legs are a bit janky. I think he's been chewed up by a cat. But anyway, I would have liked it to be symmetrical, but this whole pattern is not symmetrical. So anyway, we're gonna ignore it. Okay, we're going to ignore it. So yeah, anyway. Oh dear me. So yeah, let's switch that around. No, I haven't. I'm doing that as soon as I get off. So yeah, you can put it in there, the time and all the rest of it, but it won't actually be scheduled. I'm going to do it as soon as I'm finished, because I realized I didn't do that yesterday afternoon. So yeah, sorry about that, Christina. I like the chatting. I just wish I could be more chatty. Oh, you will eventually be able to be more chatty, right? But no, I will get onto that. It is on the top of my list. So yeah, if not, it's okay. I will get to it tomorrow. No, I will get that done. I'm going to move this computer because this is easier to do it on this one. I'll just move this computer. And I probably will be sprinting out here tomorrow because I've got to I'm going to have all this set up because I've got to do the filming and whatnot. So yeah. Yeah, give me, I want to make another cuppa. So give me about 30 minutes to get that sorted. I have forgotten your name. Oh, is it Deb? No. Can you refresh my memory on what your name is, please, D3M? I think it's Dem. Is it? Demers? I want to say that. I don't know. I think I'm wrong. But anyway, I do apologize. I've actually just had a completely mind blank of your name. So I like the format for crafting. Otherwise, I get distracted when I'm on my own. Yeah, that's cool. I'm pretty happy with that. So yeah, we're just chit-chatting. It's like we're at craft club and we're just doing a little bit of crafting, right? It's awesome. Awesome. I'm glad that you like it. It looks like he's doing a moonwalk. It does a little bit, right? Working on it right now. That's all. Yeah, no, I figured as much. And as soon as you said you were working on the bibble, I'm like, oh shit, I haven't scheduled. So yeah, he does look like he's doing a bit of a moonwalk. Not a problem. Yes, graduation is on the 27th. Nice. And it will be back to 1 to 10s for Cud. Demers, that's it. I was close. I was close. So yeah, I almost had it. I'm so sorry. I just had a total mind blank on that. But thank you so much for being here. I do appreciate it. Even if your host is dim-witted and can't remember names. So I'm so sorry. Hi, Demers from Christina, and hi, Christina. Well, we will be back at 9 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time next Thursday for another live stream crafting session. And that, if you're in the US, that is 7 p.m. EDT. I don't know the other times. I'm sorry, but Christina is actually working on what we call the BookTube Bibble. And it has all the crafting sprints and all the BookTube sprints and all of that sort of stuff happening on there. So yeah. Chris saying, yeah, we have two. Oh, I just went blank. It's all right. It's just that one. This one's still working. Let me just get to over here. There we go. No, wrong one. stage. You're just going to have to leave that blank because it's all happening. Right as we're about to end, it decides that it's going to go blank, which is okay because you can still see me. So it's the cross stitch one. So hopefully you can still hear me okay, because I do have the little lights coming up. It muted for just a second because it disappeared. His work is trying to kill us. Oh no, that's not good. For more sprinty and fun and readathon info, sprinting a spreadsheet, aka booktube bibble. This is the Google Doc here. Go and check it out. It's got all the things that are happening to keep you company and all that sort of stuff. So yeah. It just muted for just a second. So yeah, and you can see me too. No worries. Thank you for being here. I greatly appreciate it. For some reason this camera here has just decided to black out. So and that usually means I've got to open up a new tab. So and we're finished. So it doesn't really matter, does it? Right? So we can just stay black now. But thank you so much for being here today and hanging out with me. I've had a blast. It's been great just chit-chatting and connecting with you all in the comments and everything like that. Don't forget to hit that like button before you leave, though. And if you haven't yet subscribed and you've been lurking in the background, hit that subscribe button and the little bell icon beside it. And then that way you're not going to miss out on any future posts. And, of course, I will see you all next week at 9 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time and 7 p.m. EDT, Eastern Daylight Time, for another crafty session. But if you want more crafty goodness, make sure you head over to Jessica Kiwi's, because Jessica Kiwi is going live in about 20 minutes from now. All right, have a great day, everybody, and I'll see you all next time. Bye.